will share my screen. And Alex and Lyndon, can I get a quick thumbs up if you guys can see my screen? Yes.
Looks good.
Perfect. All right, great. And if you guys can manage the chat, team, very excited for today's session. I want to welcome everybody here. If you haven't had a chance to speak with myself, Alex, or Lyndon, it's great to meet everyone. My name is Conor, and I lead your Smartsheet team. And as you know, everyone here already has a license and access to Smartsheet. So what we're going to be talking about today is how you guys get more out of your license and show some use cases that we've seen that have been helpful around the business. Part of this quarterly connect is a way to make sure that your Smartsheet team can help support you as a user. So a lot of you have maybe never met your Smartsheet team. Here we are. But a lot of what we're going to talk about is how we help you guys use what you're already doing and use it a little bit better. So I want to talk about ways that we can help support your team. So how does Smartsheet support operational excellence? And I use this a lot when I speak with teams that are maybe first time engaging with us, and really describe ourselves as, you know, a lot of teams come to us and sometimes they're frustrated with projects being delayed, or there's maybe inaccuracies in project reporting, or there's never really a single source of truth. Well, our team helps companies and teams like that to increase accountability, to automate those update requests, to make it easier to share work across team members, and really just make it easier for you to operate cross-functionally. We know that work today is not horizontal the way it used to be, or vertical. It really goes in all different directions. So how do we help you share work fast? How do we help you increase visibility and accountability? How do we help you forecast? And how do we really help scale things, but do so in a really measured way? So we're going to be talking about how we do that today. So these are some real world use cases that we have. These are actual examples that our team has supported. Now, some here are maybe not relevant to your team, but these are some of the pieces that we're going to be discussing. Smartsheet has thousands of use cases documented, and we don't really have time to cover all of them. So we're going to really focus on a couple of few ones that we feel can help sort of raise all the boats here, and talk about specifically how we help those challenges of getting around project delays, inaccurate reporting, and creating that single source of truth so that everyone, including your leadership team, can look at. So when it comes to the Smartsheet platform, some teams have maybe just seen, you know, a grid. They've opened it up. This is actually what Smartsheet's platform looks like. So a lot of the collaborative work and capabilities for everyone are going to be showcased here. This is what we have available through our core Smartsheet licenses that you guys have. You have the ability to create forms or sheets or reports or dashboards, and these are really easily configured and usable by pretty much all users. We also have capabilities for that collaborative work at scale. So these help build out solutions for maybe like a large program that you might be doing, or a large process or portfolio. And it helps you actually scale your work and get more out of the team members that you have today. We also have connections to other platforms as well. So if there's ways that you guys need to pull data from a CRM or an ERP, you can pull that in, and we can show you how to do that as well. So those integrations will be really helpful maybe for down the road. But we also have our customer excellence team, and this is how we strategically partner with users like yourself to help set up solutions, to help with user education, and of course, support. So support and training is a really helpful piece. I know when I first got started with Smartsheet, I really just wanted to dive in and how do I get access, and how do I, get my sheet or get my dashboard set up. Now, everyone here that actually has an enterprise license, we know that you're running that mission critical work for your project and processes. We want to be able to support you in doing that. So if you haven't already, you can either ask your plan admin or your system admin. You should have access to these support and training materials. So that looks like 24/7 live chat support. We've got 2-hour SLAs for your business. So if there's anything that falls apart within your workflow, you can raise a ticket, and we're going to have someone get back to you in less than 2 hours. And we also have ProDesk. And now, if you haven't used ProDesk, this is where you can actually get one-on-one sessions with Smartsheet experts to accelerate that setup time of your portfolio and your program work. And for those new users, I've raised my hand when I first got started at Smartsheet, almost 7 years ago, just trying to brush up on your skills. We have Smartsheet University, and this is access to all of our self-paced learning. And you can fold this into your day-to-day work. and you can actually, look at things as to how to set up my portfolio, how to create scalability, how to automate things. We have AI in our platform now. How do I use that? How do I help my team do things and do them faster? So that's really just a high level overview, but we've got a great session here. We've got lots of different speakers in to talk about how you can use what you already have and do so faster and do so at a larger scale. So I'm going to actually pass it to Lyndon. He's one of our senior customer success managers on your account team, and he's going to help sort of reintroduce some of those features or that power under the hood, if you will, that you already have access to. And we're going to save it for our, I believe, our second or third session, as for those out that are trying to use some of those automation or collaborative features. But Lyndon has personally helped teams automate their workflows and their workloads. And I think, Lyndon, we were chatting before, which added up to automating over 150 projects, and I think saving the team about 3,000 hours per year. And that's been really helpful with increasing communication to other departments and just free up some more time so they can actually deliver a world-class experience. So if you have time, certainly great to mention it, but myself and Alex will be manning the chat. So if there's things that pop up or we want to learn more, please feel free to drop it in. I can pause, I can make sure to grab your name and make sure to answer your question. So without further ado, Lyndon, I'll give it to you.
Thanks, Connor. Yeah, let me share it. All right, so I promise you only a few more slides. I like to set the table before I go into my spiel. So thank you for joining. So my name is Lyndon Thibault. I'm on our customer success team, located in the greater Boston area. I have a family, 15-month-old little boy over here. Been with Smartsheet about 6 years, and I love my job because I think we do a lot of things to help support your organization scale and help to collaborate with thousands of people all working together on certain processes. If you've come from Excel or PowerPoint or any other work, you'll find Smartsheet to be very familiar. So I think anyone coming in that's new, it is familiar, but as you become more inundated with Smartsheet, you realize there's a lot that you can do, and you'll find more use cases as you start to kind of traverse the Smartsheet ecosystem, if you will. For the sake of today, the 101 really going to be covering some of the core features and pillars that we rely on. And I like to vision them in this pyramid as far as when I'm going through it. So think of Smartsheet based on sheets, reports, and dashboards. So most often you're going to live at this bottom tier. This is where the work is being done. 99% of people are logging in, they're sharing sheets, they're creating grids, project plans, work back schedules, what have you. And they're collaborating either internally or externally across maybe one or maybe 5 or maybe 150 projects. Like Connor mentioned, one of my customers, Ballot Health, they actually recently did a customer use case story with our team and highlighted the fact that they've saved, like I said, over 3,000 hours, I think about $30 million in revenue actually, or as far as cost savings. And they've completely transformed their strategic EPMO, all housed and run through Smartsheet. So no disparate systems, everything really funnels through there. And it gives visibility to that top level leadership and really allows them to drive down impact and change across the business as they see fit. Reports sit in that middle tier. So think of yourself, maybe you're a project manager and you're managing maybe dozens of projects. Think of a report as a bi-directional way to pull data. So in this case, maybe Connor is assigned to 20 tasks across 15 different sheets. I could create one report and sort it by those 15 sheets, assign it by Connor, and then it's a bi-directional report that he can jump into. And as he executes on line items in here, it goes back and updates the underlying sheet and row it's corresponding to. So it's a great way to cast a wide net across your portfolio and give people in different audiences selective filter-based criteria reports that they can action upon in real time. And I'll show more of that obviously as I build those out. And then dashboards, that 30,000 foot view. I'll cover this a little, but I think Alex will go more into that as well as the other speakers. But it's really, how do we create really beautiful dashboards that you can use for internal, external audiences that can capture a lot of the work that's being done. Oftentimes people are siloed. They don't really know what's going on with different departments. So if we can really remove that veil and allow others to see how others are working, it just allows for a more cohesive environment, collaboration. I'm sure you've seen it. You've heard about people in your company using Smartsheet, and you're like, oh, I know Sally over and so she's using Smartsheet. I had no idea. So I think the more that we can come together internally, just the more ideas that we can share across the different teams and how they're actually using Smartsheet. I think this is very important. There's two types of users. There's licensed users and collaborators. So licensed users really have the ability to create assets. Think of sheets, reports, dashboards, forms. They really drive a lot of the solutions that these collaborators can view, edit, make comments, add attachments, whatever it may be as far as editing work that's being done, but they can't go ahead and create their own sheets, reports without a license. So those are the two main buckets as far as users and kind of how you fit. But I think most people on this call fall into this licensed user and have the full capabilities to build within the platform. And Connor touched upon it, but the easiest way to find a lot of these resources is actually logging in and clicking on this little help icon. The first being Smartsheet Universities here. So you can access our curated e-learning environment to go through certifications, contact support. So any break fix issue, don't send it to me. You can let me know, but I'm going to send you to support because I'm not technical support and can't fix a bug or an error. So please use the contact support. It'll actually track your cases and actually let you to see in real time previous cases or cases that are open. So it's a very flexible, intuitive type of environment for managing those as well. So before jumping in, I wanted to showcase just the Solution Center, or not the Solution Center, but the Smartsheet University. There's a lot in here, but as far as breaking it down, if you are new to Smartsheet, even intermediate, I highly recommend going through the core app learning path. It's really the foundation of Smartsheet. And even if you're an aficionado or an expert, I guarantee you'll learn something from this course like I have. I've been here, like I said, almost 6 years, and every day, as I stumble upon the platform, I find something new and I'm like, oh, how can I integrate this into my current solution? You should always be thinking to optimize and have that growth mindset because Smartsheet changes and so will your solutions. And we want you to be able to flexibly scale as we increase our capacity within the platform. And in that same vein, something that I'll put in the chat is we're actually running a free certification for these 4 certifications: System Administrator, Control Center, Project Management, and Core. Most people will fall under this core product. What I'll do is I'll post this in the chat. Where is it? Right now. So this is something that everyone can use that is a licensed user. I find it very beneficial to get certified because you will learn a ton from this test. It's very difficult. Not very, but it's not easy. So don't go into it with oh, I can whip through this in 5 minutes. Definitely go through the prep work. But use this code enterprise_SummerCert24. You get 4 attempts. And the biggest thing is to register by July 31st. You'll have 60 days from that redemption to actually take it. So if you register on July 31st, you'll have all the way up to like end of September to actually take that course. And I highly recommend taking advantage because I've never seen them give out free certification. So it's a good opportunity for everyone on this call right here. And then finally, just going through the community, I highly recommend the community. If you have questions, you'll email me. I often will go here and Google them because oftentimes someone has asked that same question and there'll be an actual Discord of people commenting back and forth about that particular challenge or limitation or idea about how they're actually using Smartsheet. So tons of great stuff in here as well. And definitely a place that I would visit if you are looking for more information about a specific topic. All right, so into Smartsheet now. So if you're new to Smartsheet, if you're not new, the way that we navigate is this left-hand tool panel right here. And I think it's an exciting time to be at Smartsheet because our roadmap is very flush this year. Like I said, I've been here a while, and every year we're coming out with new enhancements and kind of optimizations. But this year they've really focused on enterprise-grade quality scale and really beefing up the core infrastructure of Smartsheet. So allowing for faster, bigger sheets, longer or not as much loading time with those massive sheets, ease of collaboration, finding assets, sharing those assets. A lot of stuff is coming out. And if you are interested, we can look at the roadmap in a future session, but just know that there's going to be some big changes this year for the better. So just keep that in mind. It's definitely a good time to be kind of ramping up a Smartsheet. But the home panel is really going to be kind of just the most recently opened items. I often don't visit here too often. We'll have our notifications panel here for any type of update request or alerts coming and going out of the environment. The recently opened is pretty self-explanatory. Anything that's recently open will house here. If I were to open up this particular sheet right here and pop back into my homepage, you'll see that that recently has been popped here. I could pin it and tag it to my top. So if I'm visiting certain assets over and over again, I often will pin it there. Another thing is just favoriting items. So you can favorite items as well. So if we were back into that specific project management office sheet, you'll see a little favorite icon and I can click it here and it'll now be housed in my favorites panel. So recents and favorites are two great ways that you can kind of pinpoint certain things you want to visit often. I think this might be one of the more important areas. It's the solution center. So oftentimes people come into Smartsheet and they have ideas, but they don't know how to execute on those ideas. We can import work from Excel, for instance. So if you have a workbook in Excel, we don't have tabs, so you have to tab it out. But say you have a project plan in Excel, I recommend importing that into Smartsheet to get a base off of, and then you can Smartsheet optimize from there. But nothing gives me more anxiety than a blank sheet. So I don't know about you all, but I don't like that. And one way we can combat that is this template center. So one way we could use this would be, maybe I'm looking at templates for, IT. And I'll sort by IT and I'll see, IT requests and ticketing. That sounds interesting. I'm going to take a look. And when you open up this particular template set, it's going to give you essentially a description of what's going on, a video and a setup information, instructions, and actually how to configure this, a complexity score as far as how difficult this might be. And in a second, when my internet decides to load, this will pop open with essentially a preview what those assets look like. So if I'm you and I'm saying, how do I create really nice dashboards? I would visit this template center, use the template, and then reverse engineer to find out what did they do to orchestrate this so they can get this type of graph or dashboard or chart. And then if I were to, create from the template, it would actually spin up a new workspace for me, load all my assets in there, and then you can then start to work out of that particular template set within here. All right, so that was a little bit of table setting. Let's get into the fun stuff. So this home tab or this browse tab, I skipped over specifically. I think this browse tab is the most important tab. If you are lost and you don't know where you are, click on this browse tab. So if I was in, this particular sheet and I'm like, I don't know where I'm at, click on the browse tab. It's going to reset your expectations of where you are in Smartsheet because you might be shared to a lot of different assets. And from here, you can find where you need to go. And finding where you need to go is half the battle because a lot of folks will use this sheet section. So generically, people will create sheets and they'll load them in here. And as you can see, I've been shared to umpteen number of sheets and reports and dashboards and workspaces over sheets over here over the years. And I don't ever go in here. And I recommend you do not do the same. What I recommend is you actually create a workspace. And a workspace, think of it as a grouping of sheets, reports, dashboards that you can share and collaborate and nest in an organized manner. In my case, I have one called Smartsheet Overview, and I have distinct folders where I'm having all of my project plans, my dashboarding, my reports, my templates, all broken up, very clean, very nice. You're not going to get that structure in Sheets. So if you are using Smartsheet, I highly recommend you creating a workspace and then putting all your assets in there. And one other main thing is just the sharing capabilities. This share button might be the most important button in Smartsheet. So if I was going to go find Conor over here, let's see if I can find him. So I can see Conor over here. His is his demo account. I can share him to this workspace and give him a certain permission level. Maybe, I don't really trust Conor too much. I'm going to give him a viewer because I don't want him messing up or editing my assets. I'll put a little message, notify him, and share him to this workspace. The next time he logs into Smartsheet, he's going to see this new Smartsheet overview workspace. Like I said, you can only see things that you share to. So don't worry about, creating these things and hence having people see access to certain things they're not supposed to. I dictate who sees this specific information. So now Conor will pop in here. He will have access to all these things, say add new sheets or new folders or new reports. He's automatically going to be shared to those assets moving forward. So it's a great way to get all your teams into one area. And even if you have multiple use cases, compartmentalizing by workspace is going to help you differentiate who should be having access to what. Sheets. So let's go into a sheet. So we're at that base level of the pyramid right now. This is where all the work's being done. And Sheets, when you open it up, it's a grid, very familiar. Like I said, we're not trying to change kind of how people work, but a grid like Excel, like MS Project is kind of the tried and true way people work. And you can see that it's visualized via these columns and rows. And some of the things that differentiate us, one being, how do we customize columns and give certain properties? So you can see I have one called task name, project manager, start date, status, health date, pretty much standard stuff you might see in a project schedule. The difference being is that these are particularly columns are based on column types, this one being a contact list. Oftentimes, I'll see people create a drop-down list and then start to key people's names in. I highly recommend using the contact list for any type of contacts because that will help to drive automation at mentions, reporting, dashboarding. This contact list is integral to kind of bubbling information up and actually working, collaborating with those folks that are tagged to certain tasks. But as you can see, there's a ton of different flavors that you can go through as far as different properties you can define on your sheets that can really make it personalized and specific and customized to what you want to see. Now, within this grid view, there are other ways that we can visualize this work. The first being that Gantt view. So that Gantt chart view, that kind of timeline view, or the water band or the waterfall or agile or however type of methodology you might employ, we can then see all the information on the right-hand side. I could, minimize or maximize to see certain dates and different schedules. I might even want to say, instead of seeing the project manager, I might actually click on this little edit project settings and actually change this to say the actual maybe percentage complete. So instead of that, I see a 70% and a gray bar showing that it's 70% complete. If I were to move this to, let's say 99%, this would fill in. And because I have my predecessors and dependencies set, all of my dates are moving as far as my completion percentage, and it's actually auto-calculating and rolling up this overall top level percentage for maybe a master view of the actual project plan itself. But if you're not interested in that and you're more visual, I think the card view is something that you could take a fancy to. This is more of that Kanban view as far as visualizing things. And these are going to be broken down by either a single select drop-down list, a single select contact list, or a symbols column. So if you have multi-select of certain things, they're not going to show up here because there's just too many different paths that Smartsheet can take. It's something in the future I think we'll come out with, but for right now, this is what I'm breaking it down by. Maybe in this case, I want to say, I want to offload a couple projects onto my friend Corey here. And by dragging over these cards, it's actually going to update the contact name for me without actually manually doing that. So this is a way that we can then maybe even view it by status or by health and actually move things this way. And it's going to update this particular symbols column within my grid as well. So whatever view you work out of, all those changes are going to be in real time. And I know that an update's coming out soon. I don't know when soon is because things are always changing, but actually seeing real-time updates when people are typing. So right now, it's hard to distinguish other than seeing someone's picture here if they can actually see who's in the sheet. But soon enough, you're going to see Diego over here actually typing in the cell specific information. It's going to be more real-time and real-time updates. And then finally, the calendar view, not my favorite view because it can get messy. So be careful with this. For instance, if I'm looking at a start date and end date and you have a lot of data in here, it's only looking at it by these particular increments. And if you don't have it color coded and broken down, it can get pretty noisy. So not my favorite view, but kind of something that I'll tease is this new timeline view. So this is actually coming out, or it's actually in development right now. It actually might be live, or we can actually look at this calendar view, timeline view, based on a certain different things where I can actually group it by different types. In this case, I might want to group it by the status and then see things by status and then overall where things are tracking. So there's a couple more views coming out. And if you haven't done this, Google Early Adopter Program Smartsheet. It's a form you fill out and you'll get access to all the features that are in beta testing right now. So you can actually see things that are in production or in beta production before it goes to general release. So if you are a whiz and you want to learn more about what's coming, just Google Early Adopter Program Smartsheet, fill out the form, and you'll get a lot of great access to features that are coming down the pipeline. All right, resetting ourselves, we're back at the grid view. We've talked about what's in the view here, but let's talk a little bit about outside of that grid on the left-hand side. So a lot of the work is being done here, but what I find helpful is that Smartsheet isn't meant to replace a lot of the systems you're working with. We want to work well with that unstructured work. Think of email or cloud storage or attachments or what have you. And one way we can do that is via this attachment icon. So I have a attachment here. I'll go to row 9, for instance, and I'll click on this attach file. We have the ability to upload from either a local storage or even drive items from a URL, OneDrive. I know there's probably a lot of people using Google or Microsoft, OneDrive or Box. All these things can be connected. So if you are working in the cloud, We can situate documents to certain rows and tasks so people understand where to find this, so they're not lost in the minutia of cloud storage. It's within a set design Smartsheet plan with specific deliverables tied to that document in question that people are editing. I could upload a file here, so I'll just find one. So what is this one? This is me. So I'll upload this file right here. And say I have multiple versions of this file. I might say I want to actually upload a new version, and I'll find that, upload it again, and it'll create a V1, V2. And if I click on this V2, you can see that different versions are going to be provisioned and kind of historically in there for kind of any type of audit or context. So it's a really nice way to have a repository of maybe items that are in flux and constantly being updated. Next to my little pay-per-click icon, and I see people are putting chats and questions. I don't know if there's any specific questions directed towards me. So Alex or Connor, if there are, I'm more than happy to answer them, but I'm going to keep rolling along until someone tells me to stop talking or when it hits 1:30. So comments. So next to the paperclip is conversations. And this is how we actually are conversating about certain line items in Smartsheet. And a lot of times I'll see people create like a comments column here and make it a text number and start to fill this out in here with information. But if you put too much information in here, it starts to wrap the text. So if I wrap this text right here, it can start to elongate my rows and make them really, really tall. And honestly, it just looks bad from an optics perspective. I'm a stickler for white space and really aesthetic. So if I want a really clean sheet, because if people are shared the sheet and they pop in and it's just a hodgepodge of mess, they're going to log out and never log back in. So I want to make sure that this is very neat and organized for anyone that's coming in. So this conversations is really how can we actually have conversations within a specific row. So I might actually even say, I want to @mention myself and ask for an update. Can't type and talk at the same time, so apologies. And because I'm referencing a contact, which is an email address, I'm going to get it in two different ways. The first way is going to be within this little notifications bell here. So you can see that I've been mentioned at a comment, and if I'm in Smartsheet, great. I can jump into the sheet and go to that specific row and actually comment. But we know that not everyone lives and dies in Smartsheet like I do. And I live and die mostly by my email. So I might be in my email, I might be having my cup of coffee, and I see that I'm mentioned in a comment for a particular Project Alpha, row 9. That's my task. I'm working on that right now. They need an update. Instead of replying in Smartsheet, I might actually just reply via the email and just say, it's all set, whatever it may be. You can respond back. And Smartsheet's going to take that and actually nest it under this conversations panel right here and actually have a back and forth thread with that person about that particular topic. So it's a great way to kind of bridge the gap between Smartsheet and the things that you're using every day, email. So you can see that this is all set and I can actually reply back and it's going to keep that conversation going in perpetuity until it's done. All right. A couple more things. So for the sake of time, I'm going to keep moving. I'm going to go to reports after, but I'm going to touch on automation. But first, I'm going to talk a little bit about conditional formatting and filtering because I think they're important. And the first being conditional formatting. Now, this is more aesthetics, but how do we draw our eyes to certain things and changes in the sheet when something happens? And the first thing I can do is maybe when something is marked on hold, I want to highlight this entire row yellow. Might look a little bad. You can change how this is going to look, but to me, it's drawing my eyes to it. Look, this is something that we need to flag what's going on with this particular request. And another one, I have one for not started. It's a little more subtle. Not started, I have a little red box showing here that we need to maybe work on this task, but it's not as in your face. So conditional formatting is how we can actually apply certain aesthetics to the sheet based on changes and value updates within the sheet itself. And then filtering. I think this is important for a couple of things. Oftentimes I see people have massive sheets and they have assigned tos across there and people might be assigned to a dozen tasks and there's 1,000 rows. If you have to scroll for more than a couple seconds, it's going to be annoying. So what we can do is, excuse me, sorry, getting over a little cough. So obviously right in the middle of my call, I can create a filter. And the filter, in this case, I'm going to name it current user V2 in this case. And remember when I talked about the contact list column, I have a project manager column, which is a contact list. And I'm actually going to select current user. I could find myself and build a custom filter for myself, But by clicking on current user, this is now dynamic. All of us on this call could be shared to the same sheet with 1,000 different tasks. And whenever we click on this filter, we're going to see a unique view of just things that they were actually assigned to. So this is a great way that we can now take a large set of data and give people just a bite-sized piece of things that really matter to them. I can come in here, mark something as complete, click save, unfilter, and I'm out of the sheet. And I'm actually working on my next task right there. So conditional formatting along with filtering can draw your eyes at things, but also parse information down. So let's talk about automation. So that's a big thing, kind of a big topic of hand as far as how do we maybe create optimizations or automations to help drive whatever we're looking to do. And if you haven't messed around with automations, what I highly recommend is actually going to create workflow from a template, because it's going to give you essentially a gallery of all of our automations we can do. Some of them, the more popular ones, but if we kind of scroll down, we can see there's certain things around, alerting people when criteria are met. Maybe that's based on a drop-down list or a checkbox, or it could be based on maybe a time date-based range. Maybe we want to actually move rows to another sheet. So in this case, maybe I have an archive sheet, and when a project is done, I want to move that to my archive sheet and only have the sheet freed up for maybe status or tasks that are in progress. Anything complete, I want to move off and kind of get it out of my workload. Update requests, so maybe updating or sending out a one-time form to people to fill out information based on a row that's already been created to ask for an update. And actually, I'll show this one specifically and I'll build it with you. Maybe we want to do an approval request. Maybe we have an intake process for new project provisioning, and we need to have 3 or 4 different people actually approve it before we can provision a new project. So with an approval workflow, we can have a nice way to have multiple people all take place in one workflow to actually update information so that we can give accurate results to people that are actually doing the work and provisioning these projects. And finally, sheet changes. These ones are rather new, but it's actually helping with a lot of the formulas that people have to do. So in this case, changing a cell value when specific criteria met. This could be when status is marked as complete, mark my completion percentage to 100%. Typically, that would require a formula, but with Smartsheet automation, you can do a lot of things, maybe even assigning someone when something happens. So when a task gets put in there, maybe we even have a placeholder of someone and they can reallocate that. So we can automate the system to actually mark off and change values, but also assign people based on certain criteria. All right, let's go ahead and build one. So in this case, maybe I want to do something based on this at risk, where maybe I'm going to be assigned to this particular task right here. And as a project manager, I might say, this one's falling behind. I'm going to mark this at risk, and I want something to happen when I do so. So if I go to here and I create workflow from scratch, I'll name this one test update request. Highly recommend naming them. I've had customers that have 100 automations and they're all named untitled. And they're like, I don't know what's going on. I'm like, well, I do, because I don't really know what's going on because all of them look very similar. So please name them. I even had people have like 1, 2, 3, 4 as far as a numbering sequence so that they know that this workflow impacts this one. So kind of really map it out if you have more than a couple, because it can get a little overwhelming if you have more than 5 or 10 in there. So in this case, like I said, we could do it based on a date. So I could even say, when a date field end date is maybe 1 day before at 2 p.m. Eastern, I want to do something, but I don't want to wait for a date trigger to happen because I don't have time. So instead of a date is reached, I'm going to do something when rows are added or changed. In this case, maybe when rows are changed. And the trigger is going to be that risk indicator. And I can select that. I can find the value of flagged. So whenever at risk is flagged, I want it to run when that's happened. You could dictate it to hourly, daily, weekly. If you have a lot of these, a lot of folks will do it daily or even hourly. So it gets kind of combined in an email instead of kind of ad hoc requests. But in this case, I'll do when triggered. You don't need to set conditions, but this could be something where maybe as simple as the status is one of not started, in progress, on hold, at risk. Anything that's complete, we don't want it to send. So maybe instead of sending erroneous or things that are out of time or out of date, conditions can help curtail this request down so it only meets certain criteria to actually send out to that recipient. So it's really helpful for kind of those larger requests. So I'll delete that because I don't want one. The action, what are we doing? So some common ones, like I said, we can alert folks, we can request updates, we can request approvals, we can assign people. In this case, I want to request an update from that person who's actually assigned to that. And when I do that, it's going to give open a little customization right here. And the first thing I want people to realize is that we want this to be dynamic. So we don't want to just send it to myself, because this now is just a notification to myself. I want to actually do send to contacts in a cell and select that project manager icon. And this is going to be dynamic. So whoever's in that column, in that row at that given time, are going to get a specific message to themselves, which is, really helpful. This is where you can customize the message. So instead of saying Smartsheet automation, we might want it to come from the organization. There was an enhancement where before it was coming from the sheet owner. So it's coming from Sally Smith at demo. And people were like, I don't know who Sally Smith is. I don't know what this is. So we've changed it where we can actually send it from the organization. So it's a little more customized and it's a little more familiar. And the people and whoever the sheet owner isn't getting inundated with a bunch of requests about who are you? Why am I getting this? So it's just a great way to kind of keep people's names out of the automations and really make it so that the company is front and center, or whatever naming recipient we have in here. So I can add a subject line, I can add a subject and use these, what are these called? Not brackets. I don't even know what these are called actually, but you can bracket these out. So you can actually have column names in here. So you can have a request that maybe there's 5 or 6 columns and you want to add them to the request. So it's going to take whatever cell value is in that column and apply it to the message and make it customized for the recipient. I might even then say, instead of them sending every single column, maybe there's 50 columns in here, I just want them to see certain things from this. Maybe the at-risk, the task name, project manager, maybe status and health. That's all that I want them to see in that particular request. And I'll go ahead and save. So let's go ahead and kick it off. So the goal is I'm going to click on this at risk and I'm going to click save. And then in a second, because it's run when triggered, it's actually going to then spit out a little notification here in a second. These often run within 5 seconds. Here we go. So about 5 seconds. And you're going to see what looks like a form. And we didn't cover forms, and we'll cover those. But form is really how do we intake new information. An update request is how do we take an existing row and overwrite information on a continuous basis. So I could do it from Smartsheet, but similar to what I talked about before, we don't live in Smartsheet. And it might actually say, I'm in my email, I see this request. I can actually click on this open request button. It's going to open up that form with the specific columns, and I can actually start to say, this is actually complete. I'm going to mark this as health. Maybe I'll add a comment, upload an attachment. Maybe I want to send myself a copy of these responses, and I'll actually submit this update. So one time, so once this is updated, it goes away, and you have to resend it for any continuous or future ones. But in a second, you can see pretty instantaneously, it updates the information, adds my comment. And I have another automation that actually will timestamp this with the date once this is marked as complete. So if I will click refresh real quick, yep, you can see that at 7/9/2024. If I right click in here and click view cell history, I can see this as well. So you can see that the automation at 1:10 p.m. changed it to 7/9/24. And I kind of showed this, but on the right-hand side, there is actually a larger activity log. So if you are curious about things that are happening, you can actually see changes that are happening maybe by user or by date range. You can download this. So it's kind of a good little audit trail. Oftentimes, if someone fat thumbs something, they can look back and say, oh, this is what the previous value was. Or you can just right-click here, view cell history, and see what things have changed over the time frame of the existence of the sheet. All right. I'm going to keep it moving because I want to be respectful of time. And I think I've covered a lot on the sheets. Like I said, I could probably talk another couple hours about sheets and stuff like that. I'll leave you with one thing. So for my advanced users that are on this call, if you haven't stumbled upon this, Work Insights is something that's not new, but it's something that's coming out that's going to actually be infused with the dashboard soon, where we can actually take a lot of the data in the sheet. It's going to create these quantifiable charts and graphs and burn down charts and crosstabs of the information that you want to see. And right now it's isolated to the sheet, but in a future enhancement, I don't know when, but within the dashboard, there should be a new widget that allows you to actually select these insights and procure them onto a dashboard. So as the sheet updates, these graphs update, it gets funneled to the dashboard, and whoever's viewing and kind of ingesting that data can see things that are in real time. And the biggest thing is real time. We want people to make decisions based on real data, not data that was out of date 2 days ago. So that's kind of the big driver, making better decisions with that data. And this is going to be another way that we can take a lot of the work we're doing and procure it in a way that's easy to digest for anyone that's looking at a dashboard. All right, let's keep it moving. So back to my workspace, as you can see, I click my browse button, bring it back to neutral, and you can see that I have another section here for reports. And I'll build one from scratch because we have the time, but think of a report as a multi-sheet filter, if you will. You know, if you have, in this case, I have 5 or 6 projects in here. And as I add new projects, I want to then envelop them into my report. So what I'll do is I'll actually right click here. You can click report. You can go up here and click report. You can go back to home and click create new. There's like 10 different ways you can do it. But what I find easiest is to go into my folder and then just right click. And then you can see that their options are here as well. So I might click on this report button and I'll name it, test report. 99% of the time, it's going to be this row report. The sheet summary report is very different. It's based on kind of formulas that are driven at the sheet level, which I didn't cover. But 99% of the time, it's going to be a row report, and it defaults that by the nature of the builder. So when I open up the report, it's going to be blank. But this is the fun where we actually can build. And it's pretty intuitive once you get in here and you test it out a couple times. But kind of going back to what I harped on, do not use sheets, because in this case, it's going to take me 10 years to find those 5 different sheets. I don't have that much time. What I can do is instead is find my Smartsheet overview, click on that folder. See, now it loaded. Click on that folder. It's going to bring in all of the selected items for me automatically. So it's a nice way to cast a wide net. And that's why workspaces and using folders is very helpful for organizing your data, because you will grow, you will scale. And I've seen some really untenable solutions because they just didn't do that groundwork and that foundational organization up front. And they pay the price later on as people start to kind of get into the solution and break stuff. From there, we can then say, what columns do we want to bring in? With a report, it's nice. You can create different types of reports that maybe encapsulate different components of the sheet. So we're not having, 100 columns all within one report. In this case, I might want to bring in the end date. I'll bring in health. I might bring in the project manager name, start date, maybe status. And I'll bring in this one just to show you. But I actually have in my sheet, in my project, just to show you, I have a lot of hidden columns, and the hidden columns I'll show you on the left-hand side help me with my reporting upstream. So a lot of these are hidden because I don't want people to see them, but they're doing a lot of work behind the scenes to actually take the data from the sheet and allow me to create nicer looking reports with more context. Just to name a few, one will be this kind of join ancestors, where in here, it's actually going to join the project alpha with my planning phase. So if I'm in a report, I can see what projects it's tied to, and then what phase it's tied to. Because in a report, you might see scope and requirements definition. What does that relate to? So just another way that we can kind of bring in more context. But the milestone column for me is denoting checkboxes of milestones. So this is a template that I'm using over and over and over again. So planning, analysis, design, they're always going to be milestones. So when I spin up a new project, these are auto-checked and kind of hidden in the background. So that when I'm in my report, instead of seeing all these, I might say, I want to filter this information out. I might find that milestone column I created and do uncheck, because I only want to see the actual task level data and not the overall milestones. You could conversely do something where you want to do something that's checked. So you can see all of the specific groupings. Maybe I want to group it by the actual sheet name. So we can see that each section is broken down by that project, and then we can see high level milestones, completion percentages, things of that nature. This is more of that 30,000 foot view across our portfolio that most people probably won't want to see. But for the most people that are consuming the data, they just want to see things that they're attached to. And in this case, I'm going to do based on that unchecked filter. Now from here, like I said, I'm a stickler for aesthetics. So you don't break anything in here. If you remove a column, you're not deleting the column from the sheet. Everything here is just a mirror image of the sheets. Think of it as a multi-sheet filter. So you really can't break anything in this report that's going to be detrimental to the underlying sheets. And so that means that I can move stuff around. I can resize things. I can organize things how I like. I could potentially, obviously minimize things. I'm going to remove this milestone column because I've used it and kind of showed you why I had it, but I don't need this for this type of report. So it's looking a lot better. But one thing that I want to do is kind of curtail this down. It's pretty big, and I don't really care about a lot of these things. So I might say, next thing, I want to sort by that status column. So I want to add another parameter to say status is, and I would do is one of. A lot of people will do is equal to, and they'll free type. And that's disastrous because you're going to fat thumb something. Things are going to change. If you do it based on this is one of, or one of these criterias, if it's a drop-down list, it's going to show you the pre-select fields that are hard coded into the sheet. So there's no overwriting. It's all seamless. It's all organized. So I might say anything that's not in progress, on hold, at risk, anything that's complete, I don't care about. It's done. It's off my report. From there, it's nice, but I have maybe there's 100 sheets in here, 50 sheets or 50 different projects. What I want to do is then, like I kind of showed this, but group it by that sheet name. So we've rounded out the report. We're kind of being able to collapse and expand based on what sheet we're looking at. I can actually now remove this one because now we have the context for why we're actually looking at this data. And from there, I can do maybe one more thing. You can see that, maybe I'm assigned to certain things in here. And I don't care about Dan, Sean, Brendan, Corey. I just don't. They're doing their work. I'm doing my work. So I'm going to apply one more filter. And this one is going to be similar to what I showed in that sheet. I'm going to grab that project manager column. And I'm going to do has all of, and I'm going to select current user. And by doing that, I have a really nice report that I'm privy to. Anyone on my team can view this report. They're going to see a different version of this. But the nice thing about the report is that it's bidirectional. So if I were to go ahead and click complete, make that save, I could, this is where I should have kept this in here, but if I have my sheet name, where is it? I could jump into this particular row and it would show me that this was marked as complete here. If I change this to on hold, click save, move back, you can see that that is moved on hold. My conditional formatting has been applied to my report. And it's really, like I said, it's a nice bidirectional pull between the sheets. And it's a really great way to cast that wide net to give people access to what they need to see. I won't go into this, but you can do the same views as a sheet. So looking at it by card view, calendar view, Gantt view. And if you like, I don't usually recommend this, but if you want to, you can actually send this as an attachment in a PDF or Microsoft Excel version. So if people are out of Smartsheet, I can even schedule this. So every week on Friday or Thursday, I want to send to this particular person. So as far as getting data into different people's hands, there's a litany of methods. I recommend keeping it in Smartsheet, but if you have to, there are ways that we can get it into different people's hands via different methods of delivery. One last thing I'll go on this is maybe I can even count this. So I might even want to have a count of by status, how many meet that criteria. So I have 19 total tasks. Quick way that I can do kind of like not a pivot chart, but just a quick count of kind of what I'm looking at. I've often seen people put budgetary information in here, kind of a budget breakdown chart or kind of a variance chart of, cost versus allocated. So there's a lot of ways you can use reports, and using this grouping and summarizing can based on these particular values right here. So lastly is dashboards. So dashboards are kind of that 30,000 foot view, if you will. So it's really, taking all the work that we're doing. In this case, this is a program level dashboard. I'm running maybe a strategic PMO where I'm managing maybe a bunch of different projects. In this case, I'm looking at it based on a couple different things. But before I do, it's based on these widgets. So if you click on that edit dashboard, you click on this little plus button, these are the widgets that we call that can dictate what a dashboard looks like. And don't get too lost in this. There's a lot. The main ones are kind of metrics, specific high-level metrics that I'm pulling. Charts. Maybe I'm pulling in charts of data to make nice bar charts or line charts or graphs of of that nature. Shortcuts. Maybe I'm bringing in other shortcuts from maybe different external software or different softwares or even like a SharePoint site. Or I'm linking it to my Smartsheet workspace or a sheet or a dashboard. So think of a dashboard as a jumping off point to then take you to other pieces of Smartsheet or even external software or other external systems that you might be leveraging. Reports. So kind of similar, this report right here is looking at remaining tasks broken down by the project manager. And I can actually look at this report in this format on the dashboard itself. And the rest, title, rich text, images, really the aesthetics. I often think a lot of people build dashboards without the aesthetics in mind, but I always want to think about that, because when someone jumps into your dashboard, you want them to be like, wow, look at this thing. I can see all the data, but it's nicely put together. I've seen a lot of dashboards that look so bad. It's great, but just you got to have a little flair to it. You got to make it look good, or else people are just gonna not enjoy it as much as they could. So I know we have about 5 minutes remaining for me. I've seen the chat kind of popping off, the Q&A. Like I said, dashboarding really isn't 101 in my opinion. It's more 201, because in order to build a dashboard, you have to think about all the assets that roll up. So my biggest advice is, if you could wave a magic wand and create a dashboard, what would it look like? And then what are the assets, sheets, reports, metric sheets that are going to actually deliver those values for you? In this case, you're probably wondering, where does this total project come from? If I wanted to, I could click edit dashboard, I'd click edit. And if I go into here, it's actually being pulled from a sheet in which I'm doing calculations. So in this case, I'm doing a count if formula based on a row or a column to bring in this case, it's looking at all this, and I'll show you, but it's looking at project approved here, which is based on, if I look into my intake sheet, another sheet capturing all of my high level projects. And my sheet summary over here is calculating based on a count if everything that's approved. So it's really just taking a lot of sheet value data and then creating the metrics on the back end. But like I said, there's a lot of nuance to this. There's a couple of quick wins you can probably get, but my biggest advice is to really go through the Solution Center, look at other dashboards, figure out how they were built, reverse engineer it, but ultimately just whiteboard it. What do you want it to look like? And then obviously I'm here as a resource. You have your account team. We have teams that actually build solutions, can get you a nice foundation. So if you're looking for a really great dashboard, don't stress. There's a lot of avenues that we can take to help get there, but slow and steady. And like I said, there's a lot of things you can put on here. And that's that. I mean, I'm not going to keep talking for the sake of talking. I've covered a lot of things I want to talk about. I'll definitely leave it open. If there's anything, Connor, Alex, from the chat that I missed on, or kind of, anything specific people have questions on, more than happy to show that. But I appreciate everyone hopping on for the 101. And I hope you learned a couple of things. And if not, it's always good talking to everyone. I'll stop sharing. Looks like I'm the only one on camera, so you guys can see me. So I'm doing a little basement right now. So I have my screen blurred, but we ripped out my entire basement. So it looks terrible back there. So I'll show you guys actually, because it's kind of cool. So look at this. Gutted completely. We're going through it. We're redoing the whole basement. So that's my project with my dad over the next couple of weeks. So it's giving me a lot of, I'm not a handy person myself, so he can build houses and I'm learning a lot. So it's definitely fun. So anyone that's doing home renovations, I feel you. It's a struggle, but it's been fun. But yeah, I'll leave it to Connor. Thank you for everyone for the time, and yeah, hope you enjoyed yourself.
Thanks for the session, Lyndon. We had lots of questions coming in, so it was great. And yes, let's send some before and after pictures. I think everyone loves the transformation. Perfect. Lyndon, thanks for that. Team, so I know we have a next session coming up here. I do want to introduce another team member from your Smartsheet team, Alex Noe. One of the things that we talk about a lot with teams is really the importance behind Smartsheet and security and enterprise grade controls over how you guys access the data or how we share it. So I know that this is really table stakes for everyone's business environment. We really take it to heart at Smartsheet. So for those that do have enterprise, you have the ability of centrally managing your users. You can grant global permissions and really give end users that flexibility to work how they want, but stay within the safe guardrails for your team. So we support teams that are within the government. We work with certain US-based space agencies. So Smartsheet has lots of bells and whistles that we can help put into place to access data safely. Now, I say that because Alex's experience at Smartsheet has been really in how to help teams manage confidential data, how to do it at scale, how to share work with clients a little bit better. So we're going to be talking about a lot of, how do we manage portfolios and manage projects, but just know that if there's questions specifically around that, we can help answer those as well. So Alex, I will pass it to you.
Yeah, thank you, Connor. Hi, everyone. Really happy to be here. If you've been asking any questions in the chat and the Q&A, I've been responding. So keep those questions coming. We're going to try to answer them in real time. And now that I'm presenting, if anything comes through the chat and I can answer live, I'm happy to do that as well. The next session we titled, Smartsheet 201. So we're starting to go up in weight class here as we move through our maturity model in Smartsheet. So we're going to build on all of the wonderful basics that Lyndon just went through in his session around taking the core components of a Smartsheet license, your forms, sheets, reports, dashboards, building in automations, and really elevating the work that's being done into project management. So if that interests you, please stick around. And the session to follow, we'll be building on even more of that, and we'll go into managing programs and portfolios. All right. I do just want to confirm that we are recording. Yes, we were getting lots of questions that this is going to be recorded, which is always a good sign. It means that Lyndon was covering some things that people are going to want to go back and review. So very, very excited there. Okay. So this is really the path that we're going to take for our project management. When we approach customers looking to build solutions, we follow a pretty standard methodology. One is project management core, which is intake, execution, reporting. The other is going to be portfolio management, which we'll touch upon in the next session, but you'll actually see that we add in a few more disciplines into our methodology around portfolio prioritization, project sourcing and planning. So that's going to be your resources. And then to what level you need any type of strategic planning or OKR management within your programs and portfolios. So this methodology is something that's really core to our solutions, core to our brand when we meet with teams and build out more comprehensive end-to-end collaborative work management. So to begin, it all starts with intake. How do we start to capture ideas that people have, codify them, and turn them into projects? We can't get really to project management until we have a sense of what that intake process is. Now, it is recommended that you use a Smartsheet form to capture those ideas. New projects, whatever department or function or use case you might be supporting. These could be capturing surveys. They could also be capturing tickets, right? So you can use the form for really any multitude of reasons, but for this session, we're going to really focus on project management. So we'll be submitting a new project idea. But you can use our dashboards and our reporting and dashboard widgets to really elevate the story, even at the time of intake. I work with teams quite often that want a better way to be transparent with their stakeholders that are coming to them and making requests for new projects. Whether that's communicating SLAs or volume. If I'm in the business and I need to come to your team to request that you take on a new project, I might want to see what is the current state of affairs for that team managing this intake. Meaning, if I want to submit a new project, well, how many projects are already under review? How many are on hold? How does my project match up to the portfolio of requests across priority, high, medium, low priority? And then, how long is it taking this team to review new requests coming in? And what's the approval rate? All of this information at the top, if you can communicate back to those stakeholders that are submitting new project ideas, This helps to make sure that you can drive really comprehensive and complete form submission. Because what this tells me is I have a lot of competition here for my project. If I want this team to take on my project, I better have my ducks in a row. I better be able to fill out all of these forms pretty comprehensively so that they don't put it on hold or need more information for me. So the more transparent you can be, it really just helps drive more comprehensive data input at the time of submission. So we have our form here, and then we can start to branch into current user reports. So you'll see that this is actually filtering out on this dashboard all form submissions that I have submitted. And by clicking on this form, I can see that this filter is set to current user. It's a great way to filter out the noise for an end user experience to only see rows of data that pertain to them. A nuance with reports, just so that you know, when you do share a report, you do have to share the underlying sheet. I'm sure that for many of you who are building and sharing reports, you know that already. If that is a concern for you, join the Premium App session at the end of today's Onsite, and I'll be going over some of our premium applications. We actually have a tool called Dynamic View. You can actually see I can build one right here. Some folks have access to this, some don't, but I could explain more how Dynamic View actually prevents you from having to share that underlying sheet while giving a current user experience. But that's something really important too, to just continue the follow through and life cycle of that form request. It gives the stakeholder a central location to get updates from your project team on, has it been approved? Have any comments been added? What about the priority or any additional details that the project team wants to add? But also, once I make that form submission, as you know, once you submit a form, you can't really go back and edit a form submission unless you have access to the sheet or report where that form was submitted. But having that right here in the dashboard helps me to quickly see, oh, you know, I actually want to update that project description. I can click right into that form, right into that report and see that. I mentioned just a moment ago, dynamic view. So this is actually a dynamic view. It allows the end users to see on a row by row basis form submissions that they have submitted, but this is how they're going to interact with that. It's actually going to open a details panel rather than take them into a report and therefore have access to the underlying sheet. So it really just all depends around, again, the governance and the security that you want around that intake repository. If you don't care that people have access to it and can see it, no need to worry about that. But if there is a concern, Dynamic View is a great way to really elevate your intake process. So we've all used a form before. I won't need to belabor that point there, but we'll head on into the project intake sheet where all the forms are being submitted. Now you'll see here that any new projects that come through, not only will I have the form data, but then there'll be lots of additional information that the project team might want to use to prioritize. That's when you really start to get more mature in your project management methodology, when you start to actually build in automations for approvals, and you start allocating maybe a weighted formula of some kind to start automatically prioritizing projects based on codified data, such as entering in just a quick weighted formula matrix here. So alignment with company goals maybe doesn't score that high, but the marketing position is relatively high. Core capabilities, relatively low, but we do think this has really high revenue impact, and we see this as a really low technical risk. Now, based on how I've answered those questions, this probably isn't going to get approved. But if I can align this to a strategic initiative and increase our core capabilities a bit, you'll see that we can increase that weighted goal. And maybe as a project team, you decide anything 75% or above is something that we're willing to take on. If it's below that, we need to put that on hold for now. So just a quick way to elevate that. And that is just a weighted formula that you can see here. So how you value market positioning might be very different than how you value revenue potential or technical risk. So we can make sure we're really sophisticated in that metric. Then so at some point in time, a decision is going to be made on this project. Now, this can be through an automation, which I can show you here, just a quick a project approval. So I know Lyndon just kind of went through how to set up automations. It follows the same process. There's a trigger, an optional condition, and then an action. In this case, the action is going to be an approval. When you request an approval, it can be to a specific person or contact in a cell. So this might be a department manager, business use manager that would need to approve certain projects based on the project type coming in. Or maybe you want to share that to everyone in this sheet. And then you can have a really robust approval chain depending on the complexity of approvals that you would need. So if it's approved, we want to get maybe a secondary approval from someone else, or we want to send in a message or an alert to the submitter. If it's denied, we want to also send alert to the submitter and let them know why it was declined. So you can, change this action again and add secondary or tertiary approvals. It's all built in this one single automation chain. Really, really easy to get those set up. Or maybe it's a manual approval. You're on your weekly project team meeting, you're going through those new requests, and someone makes the decision that we're going to approve that. At that point in time, what you would want to do is have access to a template. So this is my project template that we use for projects. Now, you might have different project templates for different project types, but in this case, we have a project template. I would, from here, save as new these assets, and then, copy and paste any information over from the intake sheet, share it to the right people, but at least I'm working from a template that makes sense. And we'll jump into that template in just a bit. Now, because we're still on the 201, I'm very intentionally leaving out that we do have premium applications that automate the provisioning of toolkits of project templates based on approving new projects. But we really see the value of that tool when you have, again, more robust project management. For simple project management, a save as new usually does just as well for our customers. So heading back here to our roadmap. So we just went through the intake process. It's when you start to elevate just using a form and just having information land on a sheet by actually embedding that user experience on a dashboard, including current user reports to engage with the stakeholders a little bit more. Maybe even elevating the security around the intake process by using tools like Dynamic View to really lock down who has access to that intake sheet. And then, of course, we want to incorporate as many automations as possible, saving time during that process for capture and update requests, sending off those approval chain requests, and also just sending alerts to all the various people that are involved in the intake process. We approved a project, and then from there, you would find your template, save as new, create a new workspace or create a new folder, share it to the right people, what have you. Then you can begin actually executing on the work. And this is a dashboard that is part of that project template. So here in my workspace, again, I have my folder for my new project. In that template, it has a project dashboard, a RAID log or an impact tracker, a project plan, and a roster, and a few reports and metric sheets that I'm using to feed my dashboard. Pretty simple. This is definitely on the lower end of assets that we see in project management. You can spin up very similar templates in our Solution Center and begin to interact with more templatized project management. So to really execute on a project and make it really collaborative, we really want people living in a dashboard. From there, you can link out to all of their respective assets that you would need. So you don't have to hunt and peck through folders and workspaces. We can really simply use shortcut widgets and get them into the plan, into the RAID log, things like that. You can also use our shortcut widgets here to drop URLs to other solutions outside of Smartsheet, Power BI dashboards, Tableau dashboards, really URLs that might store other information related to the project. That would be available right here in that shortcut widget. And those shortcuts can be any URL, an attachment, or a Smartsheet asset specifically. And then we want to use our metric widgets to pull out key project status information. Again, if I just open up my little dashboard builder here, these are very easy to build and maintain. They're drag and drop widgets onto a dashboard that just look to a data source inside your project assets. So this could be looking to a cell that lives in a project plan, a RAID log, your roster. As long as we have it on a sheet in Smartsheet, we can expose a single cell or a group of cells onto a dashboard. So we would capture that cell, and you can see that that's where I'm getting that I have one high priority issue. It's going to be from my impact tracker here. So this, of course, is going to all be updated in real time as people are making updates to the project plan, adding new items to the RAID log. Everything's being refreshed in real time, so you don't have to worry about, taking screenshots of information, throwing it into a PowerPoint slide. As soon as you make that PowerPoint and take that screenshot, the information's outdated. It becomes very manual to constantly have to refresh those PowerPoints that you need to bring into meetings. Instead, we recommend use our dashboards for those PowerPoints. Put it in presentation mode, and I can bring this up on a screen and have the same conversation that I'm having that from a PowerPoint deck than I am here on the dashboard. Except here, it's all real time, and I can actually interact and click on this dashboard to get, further into the workflow, depending on what it is I'm looking for. This is also going to allow you to call out certain aspects of the project plan, whether it be tracking key milestones, upcoming or overdue items, remaining tasks, having that in a Gantt view, very quickly visualizing the timeline of a project, and really any other vital sign that you would want to pull on that lets us know, hey, is this a project in the red, green, or yellow? And why is that? Having those risk and issues there as well. And if you want to get more granular, then you're only one click away from those individual project assets. And this is where you start to really talk about true project management. So Smartsheet has all of the traditional project management tools that you would expect: baselines, dependencies, float, variants, Gantt views that I can see right here, predecessors, successors, durations, right? Everything that's very traditional project management, we follow that same methodology. What sets us apart is our collaborative nature, the ability to add attachments at the row, have conversations at the row, and add any proof or images at the row. It means that we're able to actually work and collaborate in context of the task at hand without having to just make generalized comments or attachments that might live in a shared folder, or even at the sheet level. We can get really, really granular with the communication that we're trying to have. I also love that in these ellipses, I can branch out into more collaborative tools like setting a reminder for myself, or sending an update request. If you're not familiar with update requests, I definitely recommend adding these to any project plans or any task management as well. These update requests will get sent anywhere a Smartsheet notification would get sent, and you can actually build update requests as automations if you know you want to have them go out automatically at a certain frequency. But I can also easily build one here if I know that Alex hasn't updated this specific task. But this is also really helpful, and some people don't really know that this availability exists. But in order to get update requests and status updates from people, we need to make sure that our alerts and notifications are short and sweet and to the point. I want Alex to update specifically what is the health and what is the status. I only want her to see those two fields so that she knows exactly what she needs to update. And I can send that over. I'll see an icon. So as the project manager, someone, or project lead, I at least know that an update request is pending for this row. So if I do need to really start poking Alex to get those notifications, then I can. And I can see what that UI looks like. It's going to send a form with just the fields that I'm responsible for. So maybe I actually have started this. I just forgot to update it. Great. In a few clicks, in a couple seconds, I've submitted my update. My project manager is happy. And now that is no longer a pending item. It's been started. And that's been automatically refreshed on my project plan. What other key details here? I think, again, if you are doing any type of traditional project management now, you can be confident that we have all of the necessary tools and components. If you want to turn on those project settings, they're just in the gear icon here. If you want to track dependencies, we do require a predecessor and duration column. You can update your working days here so that we can make sure that we're accounting for, is this an 8-hour day? Is this a part-time day? What are your non-working days? Some teams work on weekends, some don't. We all need to keep that into consideration when we're talking about project timelines. And then according to your Gantt timescale settings, you can incorporate that here as well. You can turn on and off the critical path and just click on the baselines here to either reset the baselines or see quickly, am I on schedule or off schedule? If you haven't already checked out, highly recommend looking at our new timeline view. This is a really, really wonderful tool. It's starting to really elevate the visual aspects of project planning, and it's going to give you an essence of road mapping on a sheet-by-sheet basis. Right now it is limited to a sheet. We don't have this available yet in a report view, so it is more project level road mapping, but I am able to group maybe by assigned to, so I can see who's working on what when. I can change my time slices. So if we want to have a really elevated conversation about what's happening for this project over the quarter, I can do that. I can also get more granular down to the day-to-day aspects. So I see right now we're really focused on, development and implementation and testing. So that's just another view available in our standard views. Definitely recommend checking those out. So now we've covered some of the basics of project management. Now let's talk a little bit about the portfolio. So as project plans are getting created, shared with the right people, status updates are getting sent out, automations are doing a ton of the work for you. Your portfolio dashboard just becomes a natural byproduct of all of the work that's being done. And we do this through portfolio level reporting. That could be done with a portfolio metric sheet, a portfolio report. We can see here that a lot of these metrics are coming from a metric sheet that I am maintaining. We see these typically done through cell linking, through formulas, some manual maintenance, right? Just to make sure that everything's connected and working. You can also use just reports and have the report look to a project workspace and pull forward project level detail that way. So there's a couple ways to do it. Just kind of depends on the volume and the level of familiarity and comfort in Smartsheet managing those. But certainly when we talk about tools like Control Center starts to automate a lot of the portfolio level reporting that you're going to get. But that is a premium tool. I'll be discussing that later today. Some of you, I know that I've had conversations with you, but for those that tool, you haven't heard of Control Center, it's essentially our automation engine that really manages the provisioning of new projects. And it also self-manages your portfolio level dashboard. But you can certainly get to a portfolio view without Control Center by just maintaining those back-end metric sheets. What that does for you, it gives you quick metrics on things that matter to your leadership around metrics for your portfolio. So in my case, I want to know what's the total number of projects. And how do those differentiate between my different project types? This could be strategic projects versus BAU projects. This could be vendor managed projects versus IT managed projects. It really we like to separate these based on different project templates. So if you have different project templates for executing work differently, those are really going to be representative of your project type, and we would want to have those exposed. We're doing really good. As someone in leadership, I am really happy to see that we have no at-risk projects, but I would see a number there that was available, and I could just click into that summary report, and it would let me know sort of what's going on with any projects that are at risk. There was a question in the chat earlier, and I'm forgetting who specifically asked me, but it was wanting a better way of managing the audit process to know if people are updating project plans. This is actually a great workaround to know if your project plans are being utilized or if there are specific people that are not adopting the tool. By having a report with a status headline column, I can see here that this has not been updated. Therefore, I know that the project plan probably also isn't being updated. And I know exactly who the project lead is, so I know exactly who to reach in terms of getting those updates. I could push out an update request from here in hopes that that gets me a little bit closer to getting that status update. But at least by using a report, looking at all of my active projects and including something along the lines of like a status column, I can really isolate who isn't updating the tool, because that's just as important to know that who is using the tool, right? We can create a beautiful project plan and a project management solution, but if people aren't adopting it and you're not getting the status update, then it's really not that impactful and valuable. This does help us get a little bit more isolated into who needs a little bit more adoption or training, what teams, what projects should myself as a project lead or PMO lead maybe take more of a hands-on approach and help with that. So when you think about managing a portfolio, it truly is dependent on what metrics, what KPIs your team is responsible for reporting to the business, and what you're responsible for when you're having a conversation with your boss and your boss's boss. What do they care about? Those things should be pulled onto a dashboard. If those items don't come from Smartsheet natively, like budget information, HR information, we can integrate that data into Smartsheet and have it all available on a dashboard so that we can serve as your source of truth. Even if the information isn't coming from Smartsheet, we can still get it into Smartsheet very easily. CSV imports, tools like Data Shuttle to bring that in automatically, or of course, Smartsheet has an open API. If we really wanted to build something custom between Smartsheet and another solution, we could get that data fed in pretty seamlessly. This is going to give me, again, just those key metrics for how I should be looking at the overall health of my portfolio, my schedule of projects. If I want to include that Gantt chart, I can, so I can make sure that we're nicely balanced in terms of projects across the portfolio, grouped by things that are important to me. Those might be, grouped by strategic goals, or maybe I want to have a resourcing conversation and I want to talk about, how are my project leads doing? Who has a lot of projects, and where can we maybe balance that out? I mean, as I look to my list of project leads, they're pretty well balanced, and I see a list of projects that are still looking for someone to take that on. So, maybe from here I see that Lori is able to take on a new project. That's all relative, right? It depends on the complexity. It depends on the timeline of the project. Are we in the beginning or ending stages? But I can tell a lot of that, right from here, looking at end dates and start dates of projects, or maybe moving this into the Gantt chart to see what projects are supposed to be ending soon. Maybe those individuals, maybe Lori can start to take on more work starting Q1 because a lot of her projects wrap up around Q4. So I can have a resourcing conversation. I can have a project size strategic goal conversation, a budget conversation. It really just depends on what are the columns that live on your underlying project plan, and how can we start to aggregate all of those points across all projects and pull them into a portfolio report like this. Maybe I want to group by the health of my project to see, if it's in the green, probably don't need to worry too much about that. Moderate risk, but these are the ones that I should take a look at. And again, what is it that's a risk issue? Is it a timeline variance? Is it a budget risk? Or is it a resourcing risk? So really, really powerful things that you can get just from core Smartsheet assets using sheets and reports, elevating that onto a dashboard. I'm going to take a moment here, pop into the chat and see if we can answer any of these live. Oh, Margaret looks like she dropped, but had a question around drop-down options, looking for more validation rules than Excel. Yeah, we do get that question a lot around, if I change a drop-down option in one column, can I have it automatically reflect, a different list of maybe drop-downs in a different column? We do know that is a native Excel function. At this time, we don't have dynamic drop-down functionality, but we're constantly sending messages back to our product team to let them know that this is a customer request. I do know for a fact that is on the customer request list, and I'm staying really close to that request because it is a very common one. Yeah. So Beth, I think you asked a good question around some training. What can the average user expect to be able to do in Smartsheet? I will say probably the best thing that any user can do if they're looking to actually build solutions is get Smartsheet certified. It's what I had to do when I joined Smartsheet. Every Smartsheet employee has to do it. If you're a wizard and you're catching on pretty quickly and you have a lot of experience with writing formulas in Excel, this is something that you could knock out in a couple hours or a day. Definitely took me a couple tries. So I would say within a week, I was pretty confident building sheets, reports, and dashboards. But getting that core certification, I would definitely recommend. And I actually know as of recently, we were running a special on that. I think we dropped the price from like $150 to like $49 for certification. But I will say in terms of the solution that I'm actually demonstrating today, this was all built by, me and some of my SE peers. And we certainly don't even match what our Smartsheet consultants are building out there for our customers. So really, it's really the making sure that your foundations are in place, that you have a really solid intake sheet with the formulas and metrics that you're comfortable with, that your project plans are built accordingly, and that we're leveraging those reports. The most complex feature would probably be managing something like a metric sheet. But once you're familiar with cell linking, it really becomes very easy. I've never been called in to ask from a client to help them build a metric sheet. They're all able to build them themselves. Maybe the only thing they come to me for is just to validate, like, hey, am I thinking of this correctly? So I think that's a great question. And certainly you've met Conor, you have me, we have customer success team, folks like Lyndon. We're all here really working together to support Conor's entire book of business, of which all of you represent. So if you do have a question, you know who to contact. We're always willing to help out and step in. And you don't have to feel like you're automatically just being pushed to consultants. Although we do have a world-class services team that will help build any of these for you. All right. And then, Monica, your question around the Smartsheet icons. So admittedly, this is just a library of images and GIFs that we have. Ours is stored in Brandfolder. That's our digital asset management solution, but they aren't standard icons that you would find available in Smartsheet. Sometimes I just go to the internet if I'm looking for, free available icons. I download those and I just use those on my dashboard. So it's none of the icons that you're seeing. I think you are probably referring to my project planning icons. These are super generic and not Smartsheet specific. Yeah, these ones right here. an image that I had downloaded. Okay, we've cleaned out the Q&A in the chat. I know we're a little bit ahead of schedule, but hopefully you are all feeling a little bit more empowered to take your task management up a level. Again, just reiterating, it really all starts with that central point of intake. And whether you use a form or not, the form is not required. We work with teams that have, project ideas coming in through Jira, through ServiceNow, through other solutions. All we ask is that you import that information into Smartsheet. That can be someone coming here and literally just adding a new row to your intake sheet, or we could migrate that information over in a more automated way. But once it gets into Smartsheet from there, we can build in those approval chains and prioritization processes. You'll have your templates available for replicating as needed. And then as the work's being done, really elevating that story, executing your project management on a dashboard, collaborating with your stakeholders and your leadership appropriately. And then hopefully, if all of that is being done, all of the benefits of the portfolio become just a natural byproduct of all of the great work and adoption that's taking place. So you have a really good indicator and vital signs of how your portfolio is being managed. And in the next session, 301, we'll be taking a much deeper dive into some more powerful automation tools and running a portfolio at scale, looking at all 6 of Smartsheet's project management methodology disciplines. Okay, I saw Conor jumped back in. Unless there's nothing else in the chat, I think we're happy to give everyone a little bit of time, take a bio break, check those emails, and join us for the 301 session. That's going to kick off in about 20 minutes.
Alex, we did actually have one question asking about the resource management and what does that bring to portfolio management? So is that something we'll cover in our next session, or how would you like to help that?
Yeah, so we're definitely going to touch upon it in the next session. Project sourcing and planning is a very key element to project management. You can do that in a very lightweight way in your project plan, but we have an entirely purpose-built module that's integrated into project management, which is resource management by Smartsheet. So, of course, when you're talking about intaking new projects, what resources are available to take on more work, what's their current utilization, that all plays a role in what projects we take on, start and end dates of when we kick off those projects. So this is just a sneak peek into some of the data you get when leveraging resource management by Smartsheet. I can see who is working on what project, who becomes over capacity, why they're over capacity, and begin to reallocate as needed. I can change allocation metrics, reassign to other members on my team. If I know Alexa is, going on vacation or going out on maternity, I can plan for that accordingly. And you can see here that these are all linked to Smartsheet project plans. And that's actually happening at the sheet level. Let me get to, where's my link? Oh, right here. So that integration is happening on a sheet by sheet basis. So this could be a separate resourcing or roster type sheet, or it could be your actual project plan. We can turn on resource management right here. We do have a one-to-many. So you can have a single Smartsheet plan with multiple resource management instances, depending on how you group and resource people. You would connect your project very seamlessly. although we do have, again, automations within Control Center to do this for you. But as simple as that, I can expand a workload schedule on any given project and actually see a window into capacity and utilization of the resources on this particular project, project A. But I know Jamal, for example, is resourced on project A, but I can also see from here that he's assigned other projects at 100% utilization for the same time frame. So there's no wonder here why he's vastly overutilized. Now, within the workload tracking view, this is sort of a sneak peek free option available in every Smartsheet plan. If you want to actually be able to make more resourcing decisions, like actually going to the customer launch project and reallocating Jamal, that would require the full access to resource management by Smartsheet, which gives you views like this, where you can actually reallocate people, allocate people, change their allocations, things like that. And because it's all integrated into the project plan, any changes you make while resourcing and really forecasting for your resources, all of those changes bidirectionally sync back into the project plan. So if I do change a person, an allocation effort, or maybe we postpone start date, all of these fields are mapped to sync bidirectionally between the two environments. So you can kind of use the benefits of both to tell a really powerful story of resource management as it pertains to project planning.
Yeah, and Avni, I think that's a great question because, like what we said, and Alex, if you could actually open that breakout little thing right there, yeah. When we started the call, we talked a little bit about how we help teams that are getting frustrated in projects being delayed or inaccuracies in projects reporting. My previous life, I did strategy consulting, and a lot of the questions that my leadership would ask me is saying, "Hey, we've got too much work." And they would ask me and say, "Hey, okay, well, why don't you pull together a report to show me where you're overworked?" Which to me meant, so you're asking me to do more work to show you that I'm overworked. Whereas here we can actually just have a panel that breaks out, that shows exactly where everyone is. So those projects that are getting delayed, we can actually see, oh, that's because John or Jane is overstaffed. And you know what? Jeff is available. Let's shift some work to him. Or maybe there's another person on the bench with some skill sets that we need that we can actually tag here. So it makes the projects a little bit more dynamic. And I think it can help sort of get around some of those issues of get ahead of the curve of those projects actually getting delayed. So just want to add some more context there. But good question.
Great question.
So Alex, should we take a break or do we want to roll into the program management portion, or what are your thoughts?
I would say take a break only because if people are expecting, to pop back in 15 minutes for that session, I don't want to start too early.
Okay, that sounds good. Well, let's take a break. Team will be back here at 2:30. Alex, does that work?
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, team, we'll see you then.
Thanks, everyone. Enjoy the break. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Hopefully everyone had a good break. I know I had some popcorn to get me energized for our portfolio session. Cleaned out a couple emails, so I'm feeling productive amongst our Smartsheet day. So welcome back. I don't see any new faces, so I think we have a lot of the same group, which is great. We're going to continue building. Conor, anything you wanted to kick off with, or should we just jump right in?
Yeah, for sure. I think, team, in the first session, we had lots of questions that came in via the dashboard. We've got a little form. We have a smaller group here. Portfolio management is a much more in-depth session. So if there's specifics on where could we help your team, or do we need to have like a one-to-one to look into your specific work, just let us know. Fill out that form again and we can capture all that. Thanks for dropping that in, Alex. But I do want to make sure that we help answer questions. Oftentimes we work with teams that are just sort of managing it at a project level. Portfolio management is where Smartsheet really starts to stand out. You can share work for free with other departments. You can pull people in. You can report up to leadership. So it's a really in-depth topic, and there's multiple levels within it. But please use the forms that Alex pinged. We can help go into questions, and of course, I'll be answering Q&A here. And also, Alex, I know we've worked with a lot of teams and actually set up portfolios for them. If you guys have questions on how other teams have done it, just let us know, and we can pause and we can answer it to the best of our ability.
Yeah,
that's it.
Absolutely. Okay. So because we're really building on the foundations for a lot of us that were in the 201 session, some of this might feel a little redundant, but I find that always helps. You know, you always learn a little bit better when you hear things a couple of times. So maybe the second time around things will really resonate, or you'll have other questions that we covered. So as we move on that maturity model and really talk about starting to run programs and portfolios, you really need all 6 of these disciplines. Well, I'll say you need 5.5 of these disciplines, and we'll dig into that. But to really execute on portfolios at scale. We've talked about demand management, but that's all about the methodology and best practices of capturing those great ideas that your team has that you can start to build into projects that are aligned to your strategic goals. Making sure that we are empowering creativity and innovation, but also making sure that you're getting all of the key pieces of information that you need at the time of project request so that we can take action on those sooner rather than later. A new discipline that we'll introduce in this session is portfolio prioritization. When you're running a portfolio and not just, project management, there's an element of, well, we can't say yes to everything. So let's make sure we're saying yes to the right thing. So that's where we really talk about how do we wrap prioritization around the intake process to make sure that we're executing on the right work at the right time by the right teams based on our strategic goals, based on our utilization and capacity of our resources, and based on the priority of our needs for the business as it stands. This is a discipline that you're constantly going to come back to because things are constantly changing throughout the fiscal year, especially when you have multi-year projects and programs. Your people are changing, your priorities are changing, risks and issues come up that we can't possibly expect or plan for during the project initiation. So we want this to be a very agile experience where we're coming back to the prioritization and reprioritizing as needed. We wrapped up the last session. We got a great question around resource management. Project sourcing and planning is one of the key features to running a portfolio. We see this with more mature customers that have direct responsibility for resourcing all of the people that are comprised of a project. This can be a simple utilization and capacity tool, but it can actually also be a great forecasting tool. If you want your resources to time track in our resource management tool, you can actually start to get really robust planned versus actual, so that you can use that as a lesson learned and come back the next time around during your annual, project planning, portfolio planning session and say, we really were off base a little bit on how long we think it takes someone to do this particular task. We can start to really hone in on actuals for levels of effort for different work tasks. And then the work gets done. We went over this in the last session, but we'll reiterate how you can add more assets and more elements into the project and work execution, and also talk about how we can delineate what the project team's experience is and the external stakeholder. Now, that could just be external to your business, just people inside your organization, just external to your business unit or your PMO. But it could be vendors, agencies that you work with outside of your organization. We want to bring them into Smartsheet to be able to collaborate, but we want to make sure there's clear guidelines and guardrails over what they can see, what they can interact with throughout the process. Portfolio reporting, obviously, once all of this stuff over here is getting done, hopefully your portfolio is just a natural real-time output of all of those project updates, RAID log submissions, resourcing, things like that. But we can also identify areas of risk where a PMO lead, a portfolio lead, a program lead would be able to see that risk right away and jump in to help out teams as needed. Strategic planning is an interesting discipline, and this is why I say, portfolios really need like 5 to 5.5 of these 6 disciplines. Not every team that's running a portfolio is directly aligned to an organization's strategic initiative. So strategic planning might not be that important to you. But if you think about the strategic goals or KPIs of your own team, your own business unit, you might want to incorporate some lightweight strategic planning, meaning that at the time of intake, so if we actually start right back here at the beginning, if we're getting form submissions, maybe there's a simple drop-down list with a list of your strategic goals as a business unit or as an organization. And if you want the team to take on this new project, you have to indicate why it is aligned to a strategic goal. So depending on the breadth of strategic planning, whether we're talking about a true EPMO that's in charge of managing and executing an entire organization's, strategic initiatives for the year, or you just want to be able to report out on your own business unit's KPIs, it really all starts at the time of intake. So it's just a nice element that we have embedded in there.
And Alex, I'd like to double click on this because a lot of the teams that we work with are always in the yes business. Like, yes, we can absolutely take on more work. Leadership is asking us to do this. We can absolutely do it. I recently worked with a resourcing team. They're managing all the hiring for their entire business, and they do say yes, right? They're responsible for getting 100,000 people hired, interviewed, hired, and onboarded for their entire company. Now, that's a big project in itself, but when it comes to the KPIs at the end of the year that they're responsible for, all of this work is getting dumped on top. And unless you have that clear line of sight or clear visibility, it makes it really hard to say no. Otherwise, you have to do what I said before, where you're doing more work to saying like, hey, this doesn't add up to what we need to deliver at the end of the year, or actually, you know what, we can't spare that resource for this project because we're 2 weeks behind where our KPI is. So this is a really key piece here. And when we start to talk about what that visibility looks like, it's really helpful to always be able to show leadership with data. Here's why we can't do that. We need to deprioritize this project and actually add more resources here. So is there anyone that we can borrow from, our sister team or maybe another organization within the business to help get this done? So it just makes conversations a little bit more dynamic. So if that's happening to you, just ping it in the chat here, and we can reminisce and we can actually talk about that instance a little bit more. Or if it's not happening to you, that's fantastic. And tell me what business you work for, and I will be joining that shortly. Just kidding.
Exactly. Thank you, Connor, for that. One thing we want to address, we recognize that Smartsheet is just one of many tools in your tech stack. If you're running a true portfolio or you're running programs, there's no way that 100% of that work is happening in Smartsheet. So underlying all of these disciplines are our integrations. First and foremost, Smartsheet has an open API. For those that aren't super technical, just know that we played very nicely with any other, SaaS software that houses data that you might need. HR data that lives in tools like Workday, financial data that lives in tools like SAP. There's tons and tons of different tools out there that are capturing information, Jira, Salesforce, where teams are really used to working in those native environments. We don't want to disrupt the natural flow of where people are working because Smartsheet can actually reach those people. That's why to our core, we're a collaborative work management software, which happens to play very nice for managing projects and portfolios, because the key in managing any project, program, or portfolio are your people and communicating with your people. That's the number one barrier that teams come to us saying, we're tracking projects in different Excel spreadsheets, and there's no way for us to collaborate seamlessly, and leadership doesn't have a cohesive view of what's happening because everything's living in different areas. So if we really focus on bringing the people together and collaborating, I think you get a lot of sort of, again, natural enhancements to the way that we're executing work. So those integrations, here we're really going to focus on the existing Office 365 suite, Google Suite, and Slack. Those are the common spaces where people are interacting, making sure that if there are documents that live in SharePoint or Google Drive, that we're pulling those into Smartsheet and not creating secondary ones. If there's digital assets that we need to proof and collaborate on, that we're getting directly into those DAMs, or we're looking at Smartsheet's digital asset management tool to manage those. Simple notifications, alerts, those update requests that we talked about in the last session, and all the automations that Lyndon went through on the first session, all of those can be sent to Teams channels and individual emails, again, just to make sure that people don't actually ever have to log into Smartsheet to be able to give you those status updates and work on projects in the portfolio. So if you're ever curious about what integrations currently exist, there's a ton of information at onsmartsheet.com, but certainly feel free to send Conor and myself an email. We'll let you know, do we have a purpose-built connector? Do we have an easy way, or have we done it, before with XYZ vendor? Or if not, what are the steps to going out building that integration to make sure that we're getting the most valuable information that you need to run your portfolio? Okay, so managing a portfolio still all begins with intake. I won't spend too much time on this because I believe all of you participated in the last session, but we're going to go ahead and submit a new project. I have a great new idea. I want everyone to know about it. I think that it's going to help our automation and our business. I've already identified our stakeholder, and depending on the different programs that you run, I want to be able to isolate this to a particular program. So I know this is going to go to our learning and development team. If I know a proposed budget, I can certainly use that here. And with our forms, again, conditional logic, so making sure that we can have branching logic, asking questions based on how the users are interacting and populating certain fields. Also required fields. That's a really nice balance between making the form adoptable, easy to use, where there's not a million required fields where people just give up entirely and just send you that email. We're really trying to avoid people sending emails, sending Slack, sending Teams channel requests, because then someone's responsible for manually transcribing that request into the Smartsheet solution. So we really want to make sure that these forms are easy to use.
And Alex,
yeah,
I called it out in the chat, but we use the name project pretty interchangeably. I know there may be some marketing people or creative people or product development. When we say the word project, it can apply to a marketing campaign or event or bringing a product to market. So just think of this as sort of best practices as to how we ingest information, work on it, show it to leadership, and then execute on it.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Everyone kind of calls their work a little differently. Bringing strategic planning into the intake process, as I mentioned, could be as simple as this. Tell us which company goal this aligns to. If someone is not able to answer that, that either means that strategic planning is not important to our portfolio, or as an organization, the organization hasn't been transparent with their strategic initiatives enough that an end user would know which company goal this aligns to or what company goals exist at all. So there's always these sort of indicators that tell us throughout portfolio management where there's opportunity for more education and leaning in on adoption, as opposed to, is this a solution problem? Do we not have a collaborative work solution to manage our portfolio? Or is this an adoption issue? Key timelines, just letting the team know, when do we roughly think that this project should kick off and how long do we think it's going to take? Again, sometimes end users don't know that information, so you can define what it is that you request from your teams ahead of time and what your team would be adding on to that intake as part of your own processes. Being able to update any things like budget sheets, project charters, any additional documentation that would help drive the prioritization of that particular request. So I can submit that. It will refresh so that I can come back and add a new project at any time. I can come back here and view that project on my current user report. So we'll see that I just submitted that great new idea to the team. As the submitter, if I want to make any changes after it's been submitted, this is a great way to do that. Again, not sending an email to the project team and having them do it for me. Having the transparency of that current user report on my intake dashboard empowers the stakeholder to continue to elaborate on their particular request, fine-tuning it until it gets approved or denied. Same thing for the project team. If you see this come through on your intake sheet and you're adding information, they'll be able to see that here as well. As you know, in Smartsheet, if you've ever built a report, then you know that if you share a report to someone or to a dashboard, you do have to share the underlying sheet. That is a nuance that some project teams are okay with. That is a nuance that some project teams are not okay with. If you need complete lockdown access to that centralized intake sheet, that's where the power of dynamic view comes into play. Some of you have probably already used this tool. Your account organization owns this tool. Some teams don't. This is a way to prevent access to the underlying intake sheet while giving the individual a current user experience where they can not only see the rows that they have submitted, but they can also update the additional details in this sort of form UI instead of having to go into a Smartsheet form. Both options are available on a dashboard, so you can really decide which path you want to take here. So let's jump into that intake sheet. And here we have this great new idea. At this point, we have automations that are triggering, hey, a new project has been submitted. Maybe we kick off an approval chain, or automatically assign this new project to a particular project lead, right? So a lot of the manual redundancies can be taken over by our automations. And those are free and available on every sheet you have in your Smartsheet plan. and you certainly don't need Smartsheet consultants or solutions engineers to help you build those out. They're super, super easy. They follow a very repeatable logic. What is the trigger? You have a standard list of those triggers. If you want to have a condition, you can build a condition really just based off of filters on underlying columns. And then your actions. These are predefined sets of actions. So what you see is what you get, but they are fairly robust and seem to handle all of the automations that our customer base is asking for. We're constantly iterating. One of the newer ones, I will say, since I've joined Smartsheet, is the generate document automation. That used to be something that you had to manually do on each row, but now we can send automations that would automatically create a PDF or send a document over to DocuSign for signature. So yeah, all of those sort of manual, boring actions that we shouldn't have to worry about can be managed by your automation tool.
Alex, just a quick question we got from Nettie in the crowd. One of the challenges that they seem to have is around sort of change management. We've always done it this way. This is how we do things. I know you've had lots of experience in health and life sciences. Can you talk about maybe like some of the ways that you've helped drive change with this type of work or help teams understand that? Yeah.
So one of the first things we want to understand when we're building out an end-to-end solution is what is the governance framework that has already been discussed by the customer? And if there hasn't been one, then there needs to be, meaning that whoever is going to own this solution, we need to know, is this a top-down initiative where we have strong governance coming from leadership saying, hey, sorry if you don't like it, you're going to have to use it? Like, do we have that level of directive? Because if we have that to begin with, or we have a stakeholder or leadership that's backing the solution, that is the number one way that we can alleviate any pain points in change management and adoption. And it's honestly one of the first questions that Conor and I ever try to uncover: who is driving this change in your organization? Once we know what the governance model is going to be, we can wrap our sort of change management process around it. And when I say process, in any service delivery that we implement at a customer, the last step is change management. That can be a 2-hour session with the person who built the solution. It can be a week-long on-site where we actually invite participants to come into a room and get hands-on with the solution. And that's all based on feedback that, again, we have coming from your end of things. So we actually package change management sort of adoption, I would say, classes, maybe at the end of any services engagement, to make sure that people are really hands-on with the solution before it goes live. So it's part of our methodology. In terms of the solution itself, we want to make sure that it's really, really easy to use and that we are taking into consideration where your teams are currently working and not creating duplicative processes. So a great example of that is, hey, we have our teams really primarily live in Microsoft Teams. We need to make sure that Smartsheet assets are available there, and we need to make sure that the alerts are going there. Great. If we know that ahead of time, we're going to build your solution and send those automations to a Teams channel. If you know that your teams live and breathe in SharePoint, we want to know that ahead of time so that we can make sure that we talk about a SharePoint integration. If this is a development tool and we know that your teams are working in things like Rally or Jira, we never want people to have to leave, those tools and come into Smartsheet if they don't need to. So then that's where we start leaning in on those integrations to make sure that the end users, if at all possible, can stay in their current workflows without needing to come into Smartsheet. But then we really want to work with those project managers, project leads, the PMOs, who really should be fully all in on Smartsheet and adopting our intake, our forms, our project plans, our portfolios, and make sure that to whatever level of education they need at the end of the solution deployment, that we know that ahead of time and we're building that in essentially into the scope of work. So that's how I would answer that. I know that's a lot of information, but
well, I think it's a great start, honestly. And Nettie, to your question, I think it's always important to understand, what does that team, if you're supporting another team, like, what is the goal? Are they needing to do reporting? Are they needing to gather work from people? So I think there's probably a couple questions that you can maybe ask them is specifically like, how long have they been doing whatever they've been doing, right? We meet with teams that use things that use Excel or PowerPoint, and it's just how leadership likes it. So how long has that been happening for? Other questions is, okay, great, walk me through your process. What don't you like about this today, right? And if it's your own work, you can say, well, I don't like it because it takes me so long to gather updates from other team members or other supporting stakeholders in the business. Well, how long? Well, it takes me I have to do this every 2 weeks, and it takes me about 8 hours. Okay, so what could we do with that time, right? Could we maybe dedicate it to another place that's more valuable? Oftentimes we see teams that love Smartsheet because update requests, because they don't have to email anybody, because Smartsheet can leverage this, they can shoot it out across 150 projects, and people don't need to do that. They don't need to gather emails. And the best thing is, if they don't answer, you can program Smartsheet to email their managers. Now, I'm not saying that you would do that, but it allows you to save time in efficient places. So especially with process, right? Like, do we just not manage projects the same way across these different teams? And if we don't, what is that doing? Is it making it longer? Are we not doing things on time where we should be? Is reporting challenging? So there's lots of questions that we can help you with, that you can maybe just ask your own internal teams or stakeholders, just to get a little bit more clarity as to being like, actually, this is how we solve it. And then that sort of self-help or support videos that we had, or learning tracks, you can actually fix those challenges, and you can have Smartsheet automate it. So just a little bit more understanding of the problem that they're running into can help go a long way. And I know teams in your business have done the same thing. And I think it's really showing people, hey, you don't have to do it this way. You can actually automate that thing that you do every 2 weeks, and you can save yourself 5 hours. All you need to do is just click this button. It can be that easy. So, but good question.
So let's talk about prioritization. This is a discipline where, again, if we can get information on a dashboard to help the project teams prioritize better, and then constantly come back and iterate on that prioritization as people change, priorities change, budget changes, things come up, right, that we can never possibly plan for. How can we keep our pipeline versus our active projects very agile, very up to date, and very relevant? So on my prioritization dashboard, I want to see some key metrics around volume. Is my pipeline and my active projects, are they evenly distributed across different priorities, my reviews, by my different strategic goals? If we start to see that, I have all of a sudden, 75% of my intake are high priority, like, what's going on there? It probably means that my definition of high priority and my project team's definition of high priority probably aren't aligned. And what can we do to provide more education around that, right? If I have, 75% of all of my items in review, probably tells me that I'm not getting clean enough information at intake, that it's holding up the approval process and causing for a lot of projects to be in review, or we're just not getting good enough ideas and good enough projects that I know are going to drive the business forward. Whether it's a revenue generating business unit or, more campaigns for our marketing agencies, whatever it is, whatever work it is that you're doing. It's all about finding that balance again. So starting to pull forward information around my strategic goals. So I see here that a very small percent of my portfolio right now is for strategic goal number 3. This tells me that we should probably identify what projects are available that are aligned to that strategic goal and approve a couple projects potentially for strategic goal number 3. I probably don't want to do anything more for strategic goal number 5 because that's already encompassing close to half of my portfolio. Without visual hard-coded data like this, it's really hard to identify what projects to take on based on greater leadership strategic initiatives. So if I look to the pipeline here, under my new projects, I'll see that new project, that new great idea that we just submitted, and I am missing a lot of information here. So if I click in to this, and I can do this during a status meeting with my project team, I can interact with this information here. So first and foremost, how can we really elevate prioritization in a more audited way using something as simple as a formula, a weighted formula here that shows me based on how I answer these various questions, I'm going to get some sort of output. So this great new idea, because it's mine, it's obviously wonderful, and it's a 10 out of 10 in all areas. So as I'm filling this out, and it's saved to my underlying sheet, I will have an output there. Not sure why that's not following through. Let's go to the intake sheet. All right, let's go over here, see what's going on. All right, so I have my weighted goal is now 100%. I can use this criteria to drive prioritization, to know what projects to hold or what I shouldn't approve. We could even set an automation that says any weighted total above 75% automatically change the approval to approved. Anytime things are happening in one column and you want that to drive the value that lives in another, that's a great use case for our automations. We have a change cell value automation. The trigger would be the weighted goal value. Prioritization might be a timeline issue. So maybe we want to take a look at a calendar view of all of my active projects to make that decision. Maybe we want to start to have a resourcing conversation to see, what project team do I have available to take on that work? And that gets into more of our resource management. Here in resource management, I can start to look at the capacity and utilization of those resources. So if I want to start to plan my ideal project team for this new great idea project, I have a sense of who I can pull onto this project based on their current allocations and capacities. I can open up my left-hand side filter over here. If I know, for example, it's a new marketing campaign, I'm going to need someone from brand, from copyright, from creative and design. And let's make sure we have a project manager on there. I can now look at who's available across those different disciplines and build my ideal team. I can use further filters to make sure that maybe I'm looking at specific skill sets, locations, designations, different project teams, different specific skills to make sure that, if it's a high complex project, do I need someone that has very specific skills that they can bring? I can use that again to build my ideal team. And then the analytics that you're going to get on the back end is really powerful. As I start to allocate people, and I'm using now this utilization report to say, well, who's available within the next 90 days based on current capacity. So I'm getting into a little bit of that forecasting conversation so that I can know when I can kick off my new project. This lets me know in the next 90 days across my different disciplines, who's at what their current utilizations are at based on their target utilizations. We understand that not everyone, we should never really be scheduling everyone to 100% capacity because we all know that 100% of our time is never designated to project work. We have keep the lights on, we have internal meetings, we have emails, we have on-sites, we're traveling. So you might want to set a more appropriate threshold, like 90%, 85%, maybe even 75%, and using that as our capacity threshold. So this is what you're seeing right now, our views of our resource management by Smartsheet. It is a plugin that you can use. It integrates with our project plans so that as you start to assign people, you can get this really rich analytics, bring this back into your prioritization and intake conversation to know, can I take on this new particular project? Just checking the chat, but it looks like Connor, you're addressing those, but let me know if anything's coming up. So once we've taken a look at a prioritization model that makes sense for the team, I've taken a look at my resources, I now have a good understanding on whether or not I can approve this project. Of course, I know I'm really oversimplifying things, but we have an hour together to talk about a portfolio. If there's budget considerations, timeline considerations, we really hope that you can use, the native tools available in Smartsheet to kind of make those decisions without having that collaborative approach. But we'll just sort of fast forward in time and say that at this point, this project's being approved. Now, in the last session, when I was talking about, just getting started with basic project management, the recommendation is that you have a template available for your different project types. You save as new that template. You copy and paste everything that you need from the project intake. You share it to all of the right people. When you're managing programs and portfolios, typically we find that the volume of projects becomes way too much for someone to be responsible for doing all of that save as new. This approval process can actually automate the provisioning of the entire toolkit that I will need to execute on this project, and it maps it to all of my portfolio level reports so that in real time, my portfolio dashboards are updated. Best practice for managing a portfolio is done through our automation engine called Control Center. I'm sure some of you are familiar with that term. Maybe you even use it. For those that don't, let me just give a quick overview of why it's so impactful to running a portfolio at scale. Without Control Center, this is your day-to-day life when you are saving as new from that intake sheet. So we're getting new project ideas, they're landing in my intake sheet, and I'm using some lightweight tools to go through that approval process like we just uncovered. We decide that the project's approved. You save as new your project template, copy and paste all the information over from the intake form, make sure it's shared to all of the right people, and then someone is responsible for going into those portfolio reports and adding those new source sheets into those reports, or potentially, massaging or tweaking any portfolio metric sheets that are feeding that dashboard. Again, I want everyone here to know that you do not need Control Center to run a portfolio. You 100% can do all of this manually. And if you're running a small number of projects, you don't need Control Center. It's only when the volume of projects becomes too manual that too much time is getting spent doing all of this stuff instead of actually executing on the work. So with Control Center, that automation engine sits on that intake form and is the intermediary between new project intake and portfolio reporting and project execution. Control Center is going to automate all of these manual processes, and it's going to allow for iterative changes at scale. This is a tool called Global Update. When you're running a portfolio, so many things are happening throughout the year with your people, with your projects. It's very natural that priorities are going to change, KPIs might need to be modified. Leadership is going to come to the portfolio leader and say, I now need to know this thing on a dashboard. Can you show me that? Without Control Center, someone's responsible for going into all of those active projects and making that change accordingly. With Control Center, you make that change once in our global updates, and it's going to permeate down to all of your active projects. So really and truly, when you're running a portfolio at scale, this is a very, very delightful tool. It saves teams hours, weeks, sometimes months of manual maintenance, and is the key feature for allowing you to scale. The portfolio that you start off with is not the portfolio that you should have 6 months to a year later, because your business is changing and your portfolio, your solution, your collaborative work solution should also be changing with it. So it makes sure that you can keep up with those changes in a very iterative way.
Alex, we actually had a question from Abney again. So the challenge that they have is they have project interdependency and its impact on the project schedule and resource management, especially when the new project comes in and executive management just says it must be done. So Abney, are you looking to see how you can get more data to say like, hey, we need to push this out, or we need to make specific changes or reallocate people? If you could just type in the chat what you would like the output to be, we can kind of show how you might get there. But that is a very common question that we get. I just want to make sure that we're answering the specific.
Yeah, happy to address that with you, because that is a common customer ask, and we totally get that that's a need for a portfolio. Okay.
Alex,
so,
sorry, Alex.
Yeah.
One more point. The other piece that might be helpful, because I know a team, again, like some teams use Control Center, some teams don't. You can get a lot of value from both options. I think some of the questions that you should ask yourself, like Alex said, is like, where is our scale, right? Are we managing hundreds of projects? Does it take us a lot of time to do reporting? Do we need that visibility into, can we actually take on that type of work? So there's probably a couple questions you can, or you probably know the answers to, that would sort of lean you in one direction or the other. And again, projects can mean campaigns, it can mean events, it can mean product development. So it really depends, like if we're doing things with a lot of complexity, or doing same thing every single time, or we work in a global team, we need to be able to manage projects consistently so we can report on all the same KPIs that leadership is asking. So those are some of the general questions here. Sorry, Alex, I'll go back to you.
Yeah, so this is just a quick preview into Control Center. You'll see what I did was I grabbed that project that we just approved. The profile data is all being mapped over for me from my intake sheet. And it's defaulting in for me all of my native sharing permissions. So you actually build within Control Center who should be shared what, but you don't have to then share each individual sheet, report, dashboard. And what it's doing right now is actually taking you through the provisioning process, and it's creating these 9 templates for me. It's putting me in a new folder with a nomenclature that makes sense for my project teams, usually a prefix or a suffix of some kind. And it's actually just telling you, I'm renaming the templates right now. I'm going to share it to all of the right people, map it up to the portfolio. So all of this is taking the place of someone having to do all of this manually. When that finishes running, I would say give it about 15 to 30 seconds, and you'll have a link to your new project toolkit right in my dashboard column. So I'll give that a refresh, and here it is. I can click on that and begin executing on this project right away, having full confidence and security that it's been shared to all of the right people, that they have access to the project plan. They're seeing assignments that are being tagged for them, and then we can begin executing on this particular project. So we've talked about intake prioritization. project sourcing and planning, which brings us to the project execution, which was that toolkit that we just spun up. When you elevate into portfolio management or more mature PMO teams, the assets that you need to run a project might be more robust. So in the last session, I really just had my project plan, my RAID log, and a roster. However, for more complex projects, you'll see a number of other assets that make sense. One might be a budget tracker. This is a great example of using some wonderful automation and data migration tools to maybe bring over information that lives in another software that's really responsible for maintaining contracts, quotes, invoices, payroll, things like that. Anything that would pertain to the budget of a project, we can pull that in and map that over in an automated way, or it can be, a manual update by the project management team. We've also seen a greater need for better meeting management around projects and portfolios. So we've certainly seen teams that were able to drastically reduce standing meetings and time spent in meetings with a tool like Smartsheet, just through automations, conversations, and collaboration taking place. But we're never going to alleviate meetings altogether. We certainly don't want to. We need that human interaction, those check-ins with our team. A simple meeting management template can be embedded as part of your project management toolkit, so you can be tracking those conversations and follow up accordingly. And that can live right actually here on my project dashboard, where project team members and stakeholders can add new topics to an upcoming meeting and see any existing topics that we have added. And then this can be just a really quick status report. If you don't want to have to go through a very complex project plan, we might just use some cell linking and some copy row automations to have a more succinct project status for the tasks that are really important, or tracking status of milestones, maybe separately if that's something that interests your team. So Avni, to your point, Smartsheet at this time does not have cross-sheet dependencies. I hear you. We get this question all of the time. One thing that you should know is that Smartsheet has thrown a lot of development efforts into a complete overhaul of our grid. So, and you actually might have already seen some of these with our new timeline view. So I'll definitely take a moment to plug that. It is one of our new views that are available here. Right now, it's only available on a sheet-by-sheet basis, so it is yet to be available on reports. But that is the direction of where we're going. We're recreating the grid as well as our card view. Once we have the infrastructure on the back end that supports our new grid, we'll be able to do things like cross-sheet dependencies. So it is on our roadmap. We are aware it's a customer need. What I have seen done as a workaround is, I'll actually show you on our portfolio dashboard how we get around that. That's going to be a milestone report. Oh, is it not in this one? Essentially, you would have a portfolio level report that's looking to all your projects, and a check mark next to milestones. We're going to pull all project milestones into a single report and put that into a Gantt view. It kind of gives you a visual of when projects that are currently in flight, when they're starting and ending, and then you can kind of use that to drive the decision making. But at this point in time, we don't have those cross-sheet dependencies, but hopefully in the future we will. So here on the portfolio, as all of the work is being executed on, your team leads, leadership, stakeholders will all have visibility into this. We can create internal or external dashboards, meaning you might want to share a campaign's overview with an agency that you're working with, but only show them, what is important to that agency. We can restrict what's available just based on using report filters, tools like Dynamic View, or customized, widget experiences. Everyone should feel really empowered to build and maintain dashboards. These do not take any back-end technology, IT configuration, Smartsheet consultants. As long as your information lives on a sheet somewhere in Smartsheet, we can expose that as a metric, build it into a chart, pull reports and things like web content widgets, which is going to support calendar views, dynamic views, YouTube videos. We could do published Power BI reports, and bring those all onto a dashboard. So this is going to really show whatever is important based on your use case and your leadership's needs, but hopefully from here we're displaying the vital signs of the portfolio. We can actually manage multiple portfolios, meaning you might have an overarching portfolio, but then you want to break into different programs or sub-portfolios. It's just a way to group projects in a way that leadership cares to report on. So this could be an area of your portfolio where you actually branch into a sub-portfolio. I can click right on that. Maybe in this case, it's a regional instance, right? So I have my Latin America dashboard, which is only filtering and showing me projects and resources that pertain to that particular region. So starting off really high level, these dashboards can be as interactive or as view only as you want them to be. You saw that I was able to click onto that and it could bring me into a report. I can click on the project schedule, again, bring me into a report, or I can make it view only if I wish to do that. We have a wonderful feature available for more visual road mapping. Super excited about the timeline view, as I just showed, but the timeline view currently is on a sheet by sheet basis. We don't have that view available on reports yet. So in the meantime, to see projects, campaigns, events over time in a more robust calendar view, this is a tool that is available. I can slice and dice my different time months based on what type of conversation I'm having. If I want to forecast more into the future and look what's kicking off in different quarters, I can do that. I can also group my portfolio by different metrics that are important to me, such as status and priority. But this is not just a view-only static experience. It's being updated from the bottom up, from the project management and status updates. It's all being updated in real time. But I can actually also come here and in this details panel, view other information that I can't see on the horizontal view here, but I can also add any more information. Again, a great way to collaborate with stakeholders, project teams, vendors that are responsible for the execution and need to know better timeline management. And then, of course, portfolio level reporting for your resources, having access to those analytics so that, I can take a look at the utilization of all of my resources, whether I want to know, what's happening right now, what's a retrospective for the past quarter, or maybe I want to look ahead to the next 90 days. I can run this report. And then super, super excited for this new feature, advanced reporting. You might have gotten an email, I believe last week we released this, or maybe in the last 2 weeks, but it allows you to take all of your resource management data and send it to a workspace in Smartsheet, where then you can build reports and dashboards and customize your analytics more with all of the native Smartsheet features like helper columns and formulas. You can then build alerts and notifications to let people know, you haven't updated your timesheet or you haven't updated your allocation. All great things that were, previously lacking. Once you were in resource management, you were kind of restricted to the functions within resource management. But now with this new advanced reporting, we can bring it all into Smartsheet, and now everyone has really wide access to all of those tools. Last but not least, not important for every single team, but certainly if you are responsible for any type of strategic reporting or planning based on organizations' strategic imperatives framework, that could be OKRs, it could be KPIs, V2 moms, whatever it is that you call it in your organization, having a central location to track all of those, and make and really with all intentions going back to, are the projects that we're seeing come in through the intake form that we're approving and executing on, are they directly aligned to strategic imperatives? If they're not, it's probably not a project that my leadership cares about or cares to put resources or budget towards. So, again, might want to really focus in on whatever strategic goal number 3 is, because I know I have hardly any projects right now working towards that strategic goal. So I can bring that back to my pipeline and maybe prioritize some of those. So using that to drive what's being active. And then if by taking on new projects, that maybe means I need to pause any active projects, reprioritize those. We always have a really one good source of truth where we can see high level details of my active projects, but I'm just one click away from getting into the more granular details of those project ideas. All right, 3 minutes to spare, but hopefully everyone kind of got a sense of how we can elevate project management to true portfolio management using tools in Smartsheet that elevate that experience, such as automating the provisioning of new templates, having global updates to update all active projects at once, and making sure that all new projects are automatically mapped to the portfolio, which makes portfolio management just a lot less manual and easier to adopt. I'm just going to jump into the chat here, but Connor, if there's anything specifically you'd like to call out, you can let me know.
No, I think it was a helpful session. I think, again, Smartsheet means a lot to a lot of different teams. I do want to stress that if there is, or if you think the team would benefit for a deeper dive into your specific portfolio or your specific challenges, just feel free to send it or click on that meeting request form that Alex and Lyndon sent out earlier, and we can connect and see where we can help. But all in, I think it was a great session. Thank you, Alex.
Great.
So next up on the agenda, I believe we have Daniel Cambell and team to help talk about how creative teams and marketing teams can actually start to manage some digital assets within Smartsheet. Daniel and I have been working together for a couple of years now, but he is part of the Smartsheet team supporting all of you guys here. Daniel, I'll let you do introductions. You're on mute.
Thank you, Conor. I've been telling myself not to do that the whole time. Well, thank you for the introduction. Nice to meet everybody. My name is Daniel Cambell. I'm your dedicated person for all things content. We're going to run you through the marketing and creative management within Smartsheet. That will both include some digital asset management as well as content within Smartsheet. I'm really excited for that. Joining me on a more technical front is Jose. Jose, are you dialed in? Maybe not.
Jose is not here yet, so we have to wait for the party to start.
Well, that's no problem. I can jump in with the deck while he dials in. Okay. Awesome. So we are going to talk about content within Smartsheet. Really excited about this. Alex just ran through where the work is being done. Now, how do we mirror where the content meets the work? Think about all of your marketing campaigns, all of your creative campaigns from the time that a project is kicked off. Either that's a request for an asset, request for a group of assets. Where do we put that content? Traditionally within Smartsheet, we're managing those either externally in some other system like a Google Drive or some other external cloud-based system, maybe even on your desktop. Other customers are utilizing the attachments functionality. Brandfolder is going to make it quite a bit easier to manage an ever-growing library of content and then empower these users to discover the content in a way that it makes the most sense to them, whether that be inside a Smartsheet or inside of the platform or inside of Brandfolder's interface that you'll see here today. Joining Smartsheet, we currently see about 2.3 million downloads a day. That's one of our metrics that we look a year. It's one of our metrics that we look at to see how much value is our customer base getting out of the platform itself, how many users are coming in and discovering the content. And ultimately, at the digital asset management level inside of Smartsheet, what we're really thinking about is how do we get users to the content that they need as quick as possible? And how do we make sure that they understand the story behind it? So there's a lot of storytelling aspects inside of this content management that we're going to show you here today. I do also like to mention that our customers are worldwide, about 50% of them accessing content from outside of the United States, whether that's built here or not. With the content inside of Smartsheet, really we're going to touch on all of these points here today. Number one, a centralized point of truth. The way we're going to define that is one location, not necessarily one place, but one location to store all your content. I'm sure a lot of you have seen the little B at the side where you would see attachments inside of Smartsheet. That's the digital asset management arm inside of Smartsheet. Some users might access that same piece of content from another location, all the way through publishing content into various web properties that they may own. Ultimately, we want to make sure that users are saying, yes, that's in Smartsheet. Yes, that's in Brandfolder. They're able to find the piece of content that they're looking for. The next is self-service. We hope that everybody enjoys using the platform. Enjoyment is one of the best places that we can say somebody is, we're able to say, okay, here we're getting the level of adoption that we need. We understand that a lot of folks that are on this line, you're probably content creators or at least content managers. You're probably going to know how to find the content. There are a lot of other users that need access to content that maybe they're not in Smartsheet day to day. They're not in Brandfolder day to day. We want to empower those users to find the content that matters to them. Branding is really important to us. So you're going to hear Jose and I talk about storytelling. Storytelling is really important. Number one, we want to make sure that if someone has access to your piece of content, they know when, why, and how to utilize it. So we're going to call that on brand manipulation, and that goes into the rights management. Not everybody has access to everything. So we want to give you the tools to lock down who has access to what, and maybe even more importantly, what are they able to do with that piece of content? Are they a view and download only? Do they have to send a form requesting access to the piece of content? Maybe they don't even know that piece of content exists. Maybe they don't need to have that piece of content for a period of time. All of that can be managed directly from Smartsheet. We're going to make sure that, of course, we're going to keep all of your content private and secure if you need it to be, and open and freely available if you don't need it to be. All of those tools are available. We'll cover that here today. I talked a little bit about publishing content out into other locations. We're going to call that an intuitive content delivery network. You'll also hear us call it a smart CDN. If you hear us say CDN, that's what we're talking about. That's the ability to use Smartsheet as your single source of truth to store all the content, but link it to other various platforms or even web pages so that you truly can have one place to store the content, but an infinite number of places to consume it. We're going to give you analytics. We want to make sure that our customers are focusing on the highest value tasks, making sure that you understand which campaigns have produced the highest return on investment so that you can either reproduce that or maybe even tweak some of the campaigns that aren't seeing the level of traction. all of that intelligence can be either consumed at a macro level inside of Brandfolder. We also have coined reports that are already created that we can pull into Smartsheet. We're really excited to show you that. And then last, connecting to the platforms that you already have. Of course, this content is both inside of a interface that you can access in a traditional digital asset management form. That's what we here at Smartsheet call a Brandfolder. It's also inside of a panel user interface in wherever you are inside of Smartsheet. Doesn't matter, you're accessing the same piece of content. You can actually access it from 2 different locations, or someone might be able to access it from one location to another. You're really just grabbing that same piece of content. But with that said, we have a lot of integrations with various design tools, creative tools that your design and marketers might already be using. Happy to walk you through that. We probably won't hit on too many integrations here today, but if you do have any questions, I'm going to keep an eye on the chat and make sure that, and we can answer any of them individually as well. With that, I will introduce Jose. Jose is more of a technical person on your content team. You'll get both of us if you want to set up a secondary call. But with that, Jose, do you want to do a quick introduction and jump in?
Yeah, hey, thanks, Daniel. Again, my name is Jose Espinoza, as Daniel mentioned. I'm what they refer to as a marketing solution engineer. So I'm very happy to be here with you today. If you can advance to the next slide, or actually, I'll just go ahead and do a screen share, Daniel. Thank you. Just do it really quick. All right. And Daniel, is that coming along okay? Cool. All right.
Yes.
Yeah, so very, very happy to be here with everyone. I know that everyone on this call is more than likely a Smartsheet user. If you're not a Series Power user, you've at least been exposed to it. And if you've been using Smartsheet for a little while, it's probably very evident that it's extremely powerful, right? So the platform can be used to do a lot of different things. It can be configured for your specific use cases. So that's going to be very powerful as we unlock today how we can help in terms of reducing creative bottlenecks, unlocking efficiencies of creativity, and we'll be doing that by leveraging both Smartsheet and Smartsheet Digital Asset Management Platform known as Brandfolder. So moving into the agenda for today, a few things I just want to cover in terms of our time together. We're going to be briefly covering just creative challenges. These are challenges that have been coming up in terms of our engagement with customers, potential customers, what we're seeing in the marketplace in terms of what's being experienced out there. And then along with that, we'll be looking at in terms of the creative workflow process and the overall workflow within Smartsheet. I'll be taking you through a very simple, standard creative workflow and process, more or less request process. It's very typical in terms of what we're seeing, but it's very much an example of how things could look like for your organization. Don't take this as if it's not something that matches exactly to the way that your organization is leveraging Smartsheet, that's okay. It could definitely be customized. This, again, just an example, more or less a best practice. It's really designed to give you a really good snapshot, a really good idea in terms of how you can leverage Smartsheet and Brandfolder together to help manage your marketing efforts, your creative content, your campaigns, etc. Quick question, Daniel, can you still see me screen? Seeing a little bit of a, make sure that's still coming across.
We can, yes.
You can? Okay. All right, awesome. So we'll be going through that, and then thank you for that, Daniel. And then we'll save some time towards the end for the Q&A itself. Any questions you might have, we'd love to engage with you. And whatever we don't cover today, we'll definitely follow up with you afterwards. As Daniel mentioned, he'll be in the chat, and then we'll be able to kind of go from there. All right, so moving along, and in a little PSA, Daniel, if at any point there's an internet disconnection of some sort, you can't see my screen, just let me know as quickly as you can, because I'm getting some weird feedback from my computer. All right, so looking at this wonderful slide, I'm not sure about you, but it looks pretty chaotic. This is something that we've been seeing ourselves in our engagements with other customers. It's something that's definitely not pleasant to look at, let alone live through. But you'll be surprised how many organizations are actually managing their creative content. Everything from campaigns to tactics to the way creative requests are being processed and executed on. It's very chaotic. And what we found through a lot of different meetings and discussions with customers and even different analyst surveys out there has been that a lot of organizations are doing work today just like this. They have a variety of different tools. I think the average is even up to 8 different tools different point solutions to be able to address some of the work that has to be done from the marketing perspective, from the marketing project management side to the way that updates are being sent in, creative tools for their designers, etc. It's a lot. It's a lot to look at. It's very overwhelming, and our goal today is to show you how we can bring a lot of order to this kind of chaos. But if this is something that looks like familiar for you in the organization, I think we have some good news for you. But yeah, I'll go ahead and move away from this because it's pretty crazy. So what we found is, along with this whole challenge that we're seeing out there, a couple points that we can make. What we're seeing is that the big piece here is the slow speed of market. So that means that if you're seeing trends in the marketplace, you need to shift and pivot to be able to address these changes. It sometimes doesn't happen as quickly as we would like because of all these different inefficient processes and even tools that we have at work. So that causes that slow speed of market. We can't react quickly or react the way we would like. And coupled with that is really the lack of visibility. So I think when it comes to what we can do for organizations, and being an ex-creative myself and working with a lot of different organizations, is bringing really visibility, being able to show what's happening at what time, when it's happening, who's been assigned, and driving that visibility across the organization so we can provide everything from executive leadership, the visibility they need to be able to plan accordingly, to be able to allocate for budget and resources, down to operational visibility, what's happening within the teams, what's happening within the organization, where are we at with different types of requests and executing on work, and the time it takes to get those things done. And then from your internal and external stakeholders, someone within the organization is more than likely submitting a request of some sort. Could be a marketing department person, could be an external client, etc. What about visibility for them? And how are we tracking those SLAs? Are we meeting them? Are we exceeding them? Are we falling short, right? So this is the kind of thing that we're lacking today when our workflow is really chaotic like that. And when we're busy just spending all this time with the back and forth minutia and the emails and then the instant messages, etc., that's all low impact work. That's not really driving us towards that level of excellence that we want, operationally speaking. So this is something that we hope to show you today, and I think you'll see that within Smartsheet. So our answer to this problem is really what we call Smartsheet for marketing, or Smartsheet for marketers and creatives. It is really a holistic approach in terms of how to take everything that you're executing on from the moment of inception, from when the requests come in, not just from like the beginning of the year planning and budgeting accordingly, but these one-off requests and different projects that come up, how to be able to take those and walk through the entire life cycle and have that visibility across the organization. So that encompasses everything from strategic planning at the executive level, how we develop campaigns, maybe go-to-market strategies, and then from there being able to allocate resources accordingly, planning for budget, for resources, et cetera, expansion, and then executing on work, how the work gets done, and then a lot of the back and forth communication and the updates that we can streamline for you through work management. Along with that, on the Brandfolder side, with our digital asset management platform, a place to not just store your data and assets, but really empowering them by the data that's connected to them, right? And being able to surface this to your different users. And all that drives towards delivering and measuring for impact, optimizing workflow and processes, being able to see very quickly the return on investment, and then again, be able to plan for the following month or following year. So with that being the case, just to kind of set the stage a little bit, we are going to be looking at a sandbox environment known as Sonata. So for today, we are Sonata Travel. Sonata Travel is a luxury travel brand that we've developed specifically to show you how you can utilize the Smartsheet platform holistically, both from the project management, lifecycle management, and the asset storage side, to be able to manage all your creative efforts. And with that, we'll be looking at 4 different personas. There'll be a field marketing manager named Hilda, who's a requester. Harry is a marketing manager, marketing lead. Devin will be the designer, and then Tamika will be the creative lead. And the creative operations lead, they each have a distinct role and responsibility in the entire creative process. And again, it may not look exactly like this in your organization, but more or less, I think it'll make the point that whatever it is that you need, we can definitely configure and customize things to meet that challenge. So let's begin. I am Hilda. I'm the requester. So as a field marketer, I've been tasked with coming up with an Instagram campaign for the upcoming event. It's something that's pretty standard. I should be able to leverage existing content somewhere. Now, before Smartsheet, the scavenger hunt will begin. I'd have to fire off emails to maybe my creative operations team or creative studio. Hey, do we have such and such content for something coming up? Maybe we created this in the last year or so. I believe we did. Do you guys have anything that you can reference quickly? I do the whole shuffle, scavenger hunt and peck through my network share folders, my own laptop, SharePoint, God forbid. It's just terrible. So I don't want to do that anymore. And unfortunately, at least with Smartsheet, a lot of that chaos has been reined in a little bit, and we have a little more orders. So with that being said, the first thing for me will be to hop into the Sonata Digital Asset Library. So this is the brand folder, Digital Asset Management System. This is part of Smartsheet. And all of our assets are kept together in this library. Now, what's nice is you can quickly see that as I'm scrolling down, I'm not going through folders and everything like that. All the assets are there front and center. I'm very quickly able to gain insight in terms of data, specific metrics. For example, if I want to surface that through the assets, I can see this specifically is an asset for our e-commerce channel, tied in with a specific campaign. All this data can be fed and powered by Smartsheet. So now we don't necessarily have to have two different systems. They're all working together to be able to allow us to execute on work. So along with that, we see all of our assets are actually grouped together in these buttons up here, and these are called sections. So these sections are basically, think about these as more or less groupings by content type. So all of our corporate logos can be quickly accessed through a few clicks. Photography, for example, any kind of ads, web icons, etc. Everything's there at the ready, so I can quickly access that. And then for those that may have a little more comfort level in terms of that traditional folder, subfolder experience, we do have labels enabled inside our environment here, so we can actually organize things that way as well. But we don't really need to. Everything's pretty simple to find. Brand folder is extremely intuitive. It's very simple to search and find and share assets as I need. And no one really taught me how to do this, just like I use Amazon today. It was just very quickly and easy to figure out, just because it's very intuitive. So along with that, I see these different pins. These signify saved searches. So for example, if I want to come in here as a field marketer, and I want to see basically really quickly what's been created within now and 30 days prior, I can quickly isolate down, which spans across all the different sections to see all the latest and greatest content that's been created. If I want to look at maybe some sort of a summertime related assets for maybe an event that I'm working on, I can see all the assets here, maybe tied together by that sort of beach and sunset or more of a summertime theme. So I can go ahead and do that. So for this campaign, I'm thinking we want to do something with more of a beach theme, just because it's going to attract a lot of engagement. So I'm going to go ahead and do a quick search just by typing the word beach. Now, by doing so, when I do that, it's actually searching across the entire library, all the assets. It's searching across the content itself, file names, metadata that's associated, data from Smartsheet. Everything's being searched all at once. So I can quickly scroll down and see all of these different types of assets that have been grouped together into this theme called Beach. The other side of it too is that the platform itself has AI already built in. So the assets could be actually tagged through our AI system or through a human. Either way, the assets are coming up and available to me to find out and to actually view and see if I want to use these based on that beach keyword. So I see this, I see this image here. Looks pretty nice. I see that beach tag there. And I want to use this for Instagram, but I'm seeing that it's over 3,000 pixel width. It's going to be kind of huge. The last thing that I want, the last thing that my creative studio wants, is for me to download this on my own, try to make changes, probably get off brand. It'll be non-compliant. I don't want to get in trouble, so we'll definitely not want to do that. What's nice is that within the system, I can go in here like this. If I want to maybe change the format, if I want to scale this down, these can be set up by my administrator, so that way I can quickly make changes and keep everything within proportions. Actually, I don't even have to do that. If I want to go into our export options, I have these different presets that have been set up, so I can go quickly to like social media, and I can look at, for example, Instagram, because that's what I want to work on, and I can see all these different presets that have been set up already, either for Instagram story or maybe more for like a regular post, etc. I can see that as well. So it's pretty powerful. Now, if I do this, what's nice is that as a film marketer, if I want to go ahead and use this, I can just go ahead and download. If I download this, for example, and I can go ahead and if I want to go ahead and use this, I'm actually not making any changes to the actual core library. So that way my administrators can keep the data and the hygiene of the data very clean. I can still be empowered to be able to utilize the assets, and I can be given permission to either download and export based on croppings if they want. Just depends on the brand standards and what they want to do. But I'm actually not really feeling this image just because I have some other ideas. So if I go back to the actual asset I was just in, if I click on our similar tab, that's actually going to show me all these different assets that are somehow, some way similar or related to this asset. So this could be through the image pixel-to-pixel recognition that's built inside the system. This can be based on tagged content and data, metadata. It's aggregating all this information, and it's letting me know, hey, there's other assets that we have that are very similar to this image that I can go ahead and take a quick scroll and see if I see something that catches my attention, which I don't. So if I don't, I can go ahead and move on to the next piece. So if I scroll up, we see that we can actually embed forms here. I know that my project management team is heavily using Smartsheet today. So, and I know how forms work, but it's nice that I can actually see how forms can be leveraged in terms of having my job and making me work faster by actually centralizing the entire intake and request process. So for the purpose of today's demo, instead of me clicking on this, I'll go ahead and go more with a fully expanded view. So this is the intake request form for creative marketing requests. So in this case, everything's been set up for me. It's based on conditional logic. So I'm basically creating something for Sonata. I can go ahead and click in here. I'll just choose Sonata because that's where I'm at. I'm definitely part of marketing. And we'll go ahead and say, I want to request this image to be done, and we'll have it, we need it by next week. So we'll do Friday, we'll leave the priority as is. And I'm going to say, let's call this incredibly awesome, fantastic Instagram story. And if I need how to spell, cool. And we'll keep it that title. What kind of an asset? It's definitely an image graphic. What kind of a format? We'll keep this PNG because they're very easy to work with. And this is definitely going to be for social. So we'll select that. And as far as required dimensions, I can go ahead and just quickly have that here under Instagram story. And then it's asking me, do I have any supporting documentation or references or links? I'm going to say no. And I'll go ahead and click submit. So what's nice is that once I do this, it's a nice way to be able to have all the information feeding into one centralized system, so that way everyone can have complete visibility in terms of what's happening, requests that are coming in. It's just very easy to work with, and all the data is working together in a connected fashion. So this takes me directly into this request dashboard. So I see that if I actually need to submit another request, I can just go ahead and do so from within here as well. Same form in multiple locations, makes it very easy to utilize. But what's really powerful is if I look here on the side, all of my personal requests that I've submitted are being surfaced to me directly here. This is huge because this means I don't have to kind of manage things on my own with my own either Smartsheet or spreadsheet, or have to send emails, get my own little list. Everything that I've submitted is here, and I can see this in terms of where it's at in the overall life cycle. I see that this is the request that I just submitted. It's been received. They haven't acted on it quite yet. The other requests here, I see that some are ready to be built, some are still being reviewed, etc. So this is fantastic. All this is here, more of a single pane of glass for me to be able to leverage all this data and know exactly where I'm at with all the different requests that I've submitted. Now, if I were to click on, for example, right here, this specific request, this takes me to like the same areas that I was just filling out in the form. So all the data is there for me. However, I did make the request for next week. It's probably not really medium. It's probably going to be more of an urgent request. So I'm going to go ahead and choose a priority to high. And let's see, I'll go ahead and save that. And I'll probably put a little comment here. What's really, really powerful, I think this is fantastic, is in the past, if I had to make changes like this, if I had to let people know, hey, I made a mistake, etc., I'd have to fire off another email, send some sort of an instant message, direct message, etc. I don't really have to. I can keep all of that within Smartsheet. So I can say something like, hey, I've updated the priority. Let's go. And once I submit this, this is a great way to have that like real-time communication with my creative operations team. So I just submitted this. It's timestamped. Now, whenever they either are working on this or depending on how they have things set up, they can actually get notified directly, not just within an email, they can get notified through Microsoft Teams or even Slack, and they'll see exactly every time I made a comment and then what's happening with this project. So this is very nice to be able to view this, to be able to communicate with my team and kind of go from there. So That being said, this is a real nice way to be able to foster this kind of communication, more or less the collaboration within some of the different teams that I'm working on. Again, being able to leverage Smartsheet to have that real-time access in terms of all my different requests, and have that single dashboard that I can go to whenever I need to find out where we're at with different types of query requests that I've submitted. At the same time, if I have any questions, any further updates, I can click into any of these and be able to submit these and type in some sort of a question or a comment like you saw me do earlier, and then that goes directly to my team. So this is one great way to be able to do that from a request standpoint. So before I transition to the next piece, just to reiterate, all of that minutia I referenced earlier, all the back and forth email, all the back and forth messages, that dreaded scavenger hunt, we can eliminate, if not all of it, most of it, by being able to have everyone centralized in one system. So I think this is very powerful. I get excited because I know the kind of time it could save for everyone. So anyway, that's a great thing. So for our next one, as I transition to Harry, our marketing manager or marketing manager lead, a couple of things about Harry. He's responsible in terms of making sure that we are moving forward and progressing in terms of the different types of work that we're executing on. So as a marketing manager lead, as requests are coming in, like the one that Hilda just submitted, I can be notified as a manager every single time a request comes in, giving me that clear visibility to know exactly what's happening within my team. So along with that, I'm able to not have to worry about checking all these different types of tools. I can have instant access to everything that I need, and actually pretty quickly. So along with that, I'm going to go ahead and move into my my next dashboard here. So instead of me having to check all these different tools and especially checking my email early in the morning, I can actually come here to Smartsheet and make this my first go-to place in the morning. Grab my cup of coffee, come in here, and I can see exactly where we at with our entire operation. So for example, having this dashboard customized to me for my team, my request, a couple of things I can draw from it. First thing would be that I can be immediately flagged if there's anything that needs my attention, like quickly. This can be we've missed a deadline. From a budget standpoint, maybe we're now over budget. Anything that requires immediate attention or action, I can be notified immediately, right? So it's right there front and center. Next thing here is I can look at all the flow of requests that are coming in, and I can look at the average amount of versions by type. So I can see, for example, that out of all these different types of requests that we allow to be submitted, the two-dimensional image graphics, these are the ones that are taking a little longer. That tells me that I may need to either add additional questions to our intake form to streamline and maybe optimize that process. Maybe we need to reduce the back and forth by getting more information that we're not getting up front. Some other ways that we can streamline that workflow, but this is giving me some insight to act on. So this is very important for me. The next thing is I can also see all the requests that are flowing in by type. So again, I see that we're having a little bit of an uptick when it comes to like 2D images. This is huge because I can take this information along with like the level of execution and on-time delivery for this kind of work. So are we meeting our SLAs? Are we not meeting them? Are we exceeding them? Do I need to fight for budget for additional headcount? Maybe we need additional 2D designers to be able to handle the workload. I can look at historical data and trends to see what peaks we're getting during the month or during the year so I can get either additional headcount or maybe even freelancers. So this is very powerful. It really helps me manage my team a lot better. So I can see all these different requests that come in. I can either remove my filter and see all these different requests that have come in that I can look over, or I can go back and just maybe go by high priority. More of the important requests that have come in and that are really requiring my attention. So I see here that incredibly awesome Instagram story that's been received here. I see that there's a comment here as well. So I'm looking at the overall data, and I see that, okay, cool. Looks like there's something that the priority has been updated for this. So we'll go ahead and see what we can do with that. So now I can go back, and if I need to maybe move some things around, maybe renegotiate a deadline, something like that, I can go ahead and act on that quickly. But along with that, I can have a quick view of my entire team. I can look at where we're at with our team in terms of if they're inundated with work. I can look at, for example, different types of work they're actually executing on, maybe by discipline, for example. Maybe I have a little more copywriters than I need, but I need a lot more like designers and graphic designers as opposed to just copywriters. So I can, again, shift priorities. Maybe we have like some disciplines that can be acted on by more than one person. So I can shift some work around. Again, the allocation heat map shows me where we're at in terms of the level of workload, capacity planning, et cetera. So this is pretty awesome. It gives me that visibility that I need for my team. Now, what's nice is that if I were to go back into this specific request that came in, oh, I don't know what's happening there. What I can do is I can go ahead and I just basically assign someone to this. I can assign someone that way. I can actually, if I wanted to, instead of just doing it from my laptop, if I'm like someone who's constantly on the go, I can even do this from my phone. So for example, I can have a workflow set up. So like every single time that a request comes in, I can go ahead and be notified. And then from my phone, I can click on open request. And then from there, I can actually see, for example, like what's happening here. Oh, there's a comment. What does it say? They've updated priority. Interesting. Now we need to do some kind of shifting around. Maybe I want to respond back to them. Even from here, I can go ahead and just assign one of my designers, submit that update, and I can do this all from my phone via the email. And in that way, I don't have to be in front of my laptop. And again, that unlocks so much time for me because I don't have to be glued to my laptop. Wherever I'm at, I can manage my operations. I can see what's happening. I can respond. I can make updates and assign things to my team without having to drop that extra time, being able to go back and forth. And again, all that communication is streamlined. All that communication is there really to assist my team, to make sure we're meeting our SLAs, to make sure that we're executing the way we need to. And hopefully we'll be exceeding our SLAs. So that's a fantastic thing. So that was our man, Harry, on the marketing side. The next piece we'll be diving into will be more of the designer, Devin. So as a designer, and having been a designer in the past, we like to live where we work. So if we're working in Illustrator, if we're working in InDesign, Photoshop, etc., we don't have time, and we definitely don't have the desire to be spending like 50% of our time doing a bunch of updates to everyone. I just want to do my work and get it done and have a good time doing it. I want to be able to see what is it that I have to do, get the work done, send the request off, or maybe the proofing, et cetera, and go from there. I don't have time to be going back and forth. So that's a big pain point with a lot of designers, is being able to have something like that they can work in. So before Smartsheet, all this was being done through all that back and forth minutia, all that email, right? And that's something that we now can eliminate. So for example, if I were to go in, and if I were to go and let's go into Photoshop. So one thing that I can do is from within Photoshop, I can go ahead, if I refresh this will show me, for example, when you saw that marketing manager lead, Harry, assign that to me, I can be in Photoshop. I don't have to check my email. I don't have to check Microsoft Teams or Slack. I know exactly what needs to be done in terms of my work. If I could have a dashboard personalized just for me, but if not, I can just stay within Photoshop. We actually have a pretty awesome extension for Adobe Creative Suite that we can leverage. So for me, I'm working in Photoshop. I can have this filtered view of all the requests that have been assigned to me. And I can look at, for example, what Harry just assigned to me, which was that Instagram image request that came in. So I can quickly look at that. I can see what's happening, for example, once the data comes in. I can look at all the information, all the specs, the creative briefing, the due dates, et cetera. All that is here for me to see. Again, I don't have to leave Photoshop. Now I see it's due next week, so depending on what the need is, I might have to jump pretty quickly on this. So this is pretty incredible. Now, as a designer, I see this, it's been done. So what I want to do is, maybe part of the request was to change this cool blue looking water to maybe green, for example. So for example, utilizing the AI within Photoshop, we can go ahead and do that. Now, once I'm done with this, I'm ready to execute and send it off, right? So now what I can do is, from within Adobe Photoshop, I can go ahead and create a proof. So now I want to go ahead and send this back to Harry and whoever else needs to review this, to make sure that this is going to be exactly what they're looking to do. So let me go ahead and let me go ahead and get this, so I make sure I have the right email. So we're going to go ahead and send this off for review, and I'll do something like here, all from within Photoshop. I'll do something like, please review. Cool, thank you. And then off it goes. So now by doing so, I've done the work in Photoshop. I've made the changes. All that information, the direction and guidance that was given to me I was able to get all from within Adobe. I didn't have to leave Adobe to go anywhere else. From there, I was able to interpret the information. I was able to go ahead and execute on it. And then I have a new version update and send this off for review, all from with Adobe Photoshop. What's nice is all that information, especially this proof itself, this is going back into Smartsheet. So now Harry and some of the other stakeholders can go and make sure that everything's on brand, make sure it's meeting standards. And if they need to have you do any other changes, they can go ahead and communicate again through Smartsheet. But it's just a really, really great way. Takes a lot of time off my plate. I don't have to jump back and forth and do all that context switching. Everything is there for me to be able to work on, execute, and meet my SLAs accordingly. So this is pretty fantastic. For the last side, we're looking at Tamika. So Tamika is a creative operations lead, and Tamika is really more about a couple of things, making sure that the content that's been created is, number one, first and foremost, meeting brand standards. So it's got to be compliant. And along with that, we want to make sure that the work that we're executing on is engaging, it's dynamic. If we are repurposing assets, they're not going to be, exact copies of previous content. We want to make sure they're just meeting a certain standard of work that we expect from our workers. So Tamika has a lot going on, and she wants to make sure that she definitely is able to manage this kind of traffic. So for example, if we go into her dashboard can be personalized specifically for what she needs to get done. So from this standpoint, myself as Tamika, I can see really quickly all the requests that have come in, and we can break them down by both copywriting, image, etc., all these different categories. I can have a very quick view. But along with that, I have my brand guidelines powered by brand folder embedded in this dashboard. So if I need to reference anything, if I want to look at specifically, for example, how our logo is being used in certain content, maybe the level of type and treatment from like typography within the design, any kind of additional guidance, making sure that we can reference that brand guideline immediately. I can go to it directly. I can leverage it from within Smartsheet. Everything is there for me. So I can have that. I can have a little checklist, for example, if I need to be able to go and kind of run through making sure that we're hitting every bit of guidance there. So everything is there for me to be able to make sure that all the content that we're producing is definitely going to go ahead and hit the mark. Now, if I were to go into this same report, I can have the report filtered out for me, and I can go into it and click in further and find additional information in terms of the kind of work that's being done. So for example, if I were to scroll down, I see some of the other work here. Cool. I want to go ahead and look at this from a proofing standpoint. So what I can do is I can launch into this asset, and I can see a couple of things. This is a version 3, looks great, but I can go back just because I'm curious. I can see a version 1. Maybe they did something different. Okay, cool. The background was a little different, more of that rustic, more mountain kind of view. Let's see for version 2. Not too bad. A little more of that snow background. Well, we'll stick with version 3. We did want more of that beach kind of a theme, so we can kind of look at that. And what's real nice is that as a creative ops lead, what I can do is I can further communicate with my team. So if I want additional changes, I can type that in here. All that's going to be kept together in the same system, so that way anyone can have full visibility. All the communication, all the iterating on this, for example, can all be kept together within Smartsheet. And then once we're finished, what I can do is I can go ahead and say, okay, this is now completed, this is approved, and then I can send this off to brand folder. And what I can do is all that data that we were just working through within Smartsheet. So for example, let's say I'll go into my Sonata environment, and we'll go into our asset library. We definitely want to put this into our photography section. And then from there, any data that we want to bring in, for example, we can configure this in such a way so maybe who requested it, which was Hilda, who approved it, was it aligned to a certain strategic initiative, et cetera. All that can be surfaced here. And then from there, we can hit upload, and it goes directly into brand folder. So it goes back to our digital asset management system, now completed as approved, but all that data from Smartsheet can be brought in together with that. So now it could be searched on, it could provide guidance. All that information is going to be there kept together with the asset. So it's not just storing a file, it's storing an asset with data, right? And it comes alive. It lets you know exactly how it's being used. And it just makes it more of a worthwhile experience for our end users that are going to be coming in there, like Hilda, for example, to make sure that everything that's been created meets the guidelines that they set for us. So I get very excited. This is pretty fantastic for me. But with that being said, looking at time, we've pretty much, I know I went a little fast, but we've kind of rounded off in terms of the personas itself. And with that being said, I'll pause for now. Love to find out, Daniel, if there's any questions or anything in the chat. I actually have not looked at the chat, but I see some activity there. But I don't want like 1,000 miles an hour, but hopefully it came across okay.
You did great, Jose. Thank you. I have answered all of the questions that I've seen in chat, but we can open it up to well, I don't know if we can open it up to Q&A actually, but we are still here. And the next session doesn't begin, I think, for the next 15 minutes. Conor, would you like to add anything there?
Looks like there's another question that popped in here from Elena. Danny, you want to take that?
I've got that.
So the question is, how can we integrate OneDrive or SharePoint shared documents that we use to collaborate on content changes?
Well,
go ahead.
Yeah, Jose, do you want to go ahead and take that one?
Yeah, there's a couple of ways that we can integrate. Typically, if you are using something like OneDrive, brand folder would be the place you would have these assets as opposed to OneDrive. What we can do, however, if you're leveraging, for example, like Microsoft Office 365 or OneDrive for Business, I think they still call it that, or even like a SharePoint site, we can actually, even if the content's still within Microsoft, it can actually be represented as if it's living in brand folder. And that allows your users to be able to search on them, be able to still download them, etc. And we can inherit all that permissioning from Microsoft like seamlessly inside a brand folder.
Gotcha. Other things that I think might be, Elena, just let us know in the chat if you feel that helps answer your question, or if we need to add more context. More about tracking and approving changes.
That might be better suited in Smartsheet. We have a approval process on integrated into the proofing component in Smartsheet, and you can track who still has open requests, open approvals, who's approved or denied it, with comments and reasons why. So, because that really starts to get into more of the project management aspect of an individual creation and tracking of an asset. So I think that's mostly done in Smartsheet. Jose, and let's correct me if I'm wrong, does brand folder have its own approval tracking?
Yeah, for OneDrive, I think you're right. It'll be more specifically on the Smartsheet side because it has more of that breadth of integrations with on the Microsoft stack.
Elena, I think this is a good question, though. One of the things that I hopped on here to talk about is the challenges that we see brand folder and sort of Smartsheet solving. Tracking the approvals, making sure that things are updated, who has the last version of what. This is a really common challenge that we see teams, marketing, creative, project management teams run into, specifically within your business. I know that this is, there's a lot of rebranding that happens all the time. And so making sure that we have the right assets that have been approved. And that is what's going out to the market. I've spoken to some teams within the business as well that are planning events. And we need to make sure that we are sending out the right copy and the right branding to those teams. I know that there was another use case that popped up internally with one of the biggest online retailers that we have available in the US. The challenge that they had is that they switched so many projects, or excuse me, they switched so many products so often on their website that what was actually being purchased by customers, like the little SKU picture of the bottle or the widget, was not accurate. And so that was resulting in a lot of returns, and their sales were all over the place. And they came down to the fact that they didn't know which version was the one that was approved. Is this the right SKU? Is this the updated brand for that product that they're selling? So we worked with them to really solve that. And it just helps create a great approval workflow. Sales went back up to where they needed to be. Communication got streamlined. So a lot of these things kind of pop up. But what you asked is a really good question. And that's a really big use case for what we solve. So thanks for asking. Chat, are there any other questions that are maybe coming from how you can store assets better, or maybe send updates or send requests for updates or proofing or anything around that? And if not, we might be able to shave some time. If there are questions that pop up, yes, Alex, you're right. These questions getting submitted in the forms are really helpful for us. If we don't think of it now, please drop it in. We're going to be checking this for the next week or so, so we'll be able to answer those questions, or if we need to connect with you directly to walk you through something, we can do that.
I'm so impressed for the attendees who have stuck with us for like, what is this, hour 4 or something crazy. So much better on site, which we're always willing to do, but thanks for joining us today virtually. I think for the sake of time, if we want to skip to the last session, I don't think we're going to get any new people joining for Premium Apps, so I can do a quick walkthrough of Premium Apps with everyone here. And then we can wrap it up and get on with our day. Jose, did you cover everything on your end?
Yeah, we're
Okay,
good.
great. All right. Well, this should only take a short amount of time. Again, really the value of this session is for anyone who does not own any premium apps and is interested in exploring what premium apps we do have to offer. So if you're like, I'm good with the core license, I don't care what else I can do, or you already have a bunch and you know what they do, certainly don't want to waste your time. Feel free to drop. Really, really appreciate the participation so far. What I am going to do is actually present a deck, just kind of going through what each of the premium apps do. I would say if anyone here has a particular interest in any one of these, maybe in the chat, send me an emoji. I think there's like a thumbs up emoji or a pointing up emoji. If you want me to jump into any of these live, depending on the premium app, I'm happy to do that if there's any particular interest. So I'll go through all the premium apps and then jump into the live software for those that have spoken up that they want to see a deeper dive. If not, this will take about 10 minutes and we'll wrap up. So we'll just go alphabetically here. The first one is Calendar app. Calendar app is really our visual road mapping tool. I think our new timeline view is awesome and we're going to eventually get there. But right now, the new timeline feature, and if you haven't checked that out on the sheet where the views exist, we have a new timeline view. Definitely check that out. Customers have been asking for better ways of road mapping and visualization. But for right now, that only exists on the sheet, so it's really hard to capture groups of projects and project plans at scale. And when I was going over the portfolio earlier, one of the key assets we see in any program of portfolio management is a calendar app view. It just allows you to take a group of work that's happening, filter it based on certain projects, certain resources, certain strategic goals, status, priority, really anything that you want to kind of like group your projects by. And then we can give you color codes and then horizontal sort of visualizations of projects over time. So calendar app layers on top of any sheet or any report, and then gives you just a more colorful, interactive way of viewing the calendar app. You can publish calendar apps and actually share views to the calendar app or share views to the calendar without having to share the underlying sheet, because we do have that published functionality. So you can just kind of like share the calendar it can live in isolation. You don't necessarily have to share the keys.
Alex, I hopped in because there was actually a question that came through the survey around Calendar app and how we can use it to sort of manage work, change swim lanes on things, but also getting like a whole year at a glance. So it might be worth double clicking, but certainly if we want to spend time elsewhere, we can do.
Yeah. So I just told the guests that I'm going to go through the slides, and then if anyone indicates either via an emoji or via chat that a particular calendar app interests them, I'm going to go into the live tool after. And Elena, I know that you were super interested in the calendar from like the beginning of the day, so happy to circle back with you.
You know what? I'm going to see if this emoji here works, and I haven't seen any thumbs up yet, but yeah, looks like it does work. So can't blame it on Zoom. All right.
No.
Thanks, Alex.
So Control Center, this is actually a very, very meaty tool. But again, I covered this when it comes to managing portfolios. It's how we automate creating, provisioning entire templates of work over and over and over again to meet the needs of a scaling portfolio. So it really is designed to be the automation engine that creates new things within Smartsheet, but also gives you much better visibility because it's aggregating all of those new project level assets into a portfolio level asset. And then from there, you can build charts and metrics and things on a portfolio dashboard. And the portfolio dashboard kind of just then exists in perpetuity, and the projects are just feeding it over and over and over again. Without a tool like Control Center, every time you create a new project or change something in that project, you have to go and update the portfolio dashboard if you want to report on that. So better visibility, real-time visibility. It gives you that consistency because Control Center is looking to a set template and knows to create that template over and over again. So this really eliminates different project teams going and spinning up their own templates and using their own spreadsheets, because then there's no source of truth. So it gives you visibility, consistency, and it's really designed to scale, mostly through those global updates where you have the option to make a change once within your Control Center environment, and then it will permeate that change down to all active environments. This could be adding a column to a project plan. It could be a mass find and replace function across your entire active list of projects. Maybe you want to add a new widget to a dashboard, build a new report, things like that. So that's where Control Center really comes into play. And you saw that heavily when it comes to managing portfolios. Data Mesh. This is an automation tool for any of those who do a lot of VLOOKUP formulas or index matching formulas. Those formulas are wonderful, but again, anything at scale starts to kind of break down. One, if there's a ton of volume on a single sheet, you may run into your cell linking limits. But also, depending on who is shared to either your source or your target sheet, formulas are very fragile. All it takes is someone accidentally clicking on a column, removing a formula, editing a formula. So the more people you have on your sheets, especially with editor or admin access, you do just run that risk. And if people aren't really technically inclined or know how to fix index match formulas or VLOOKUP formulas, there just can be a lot of risk there. So Data Mesh is really, really great. Data Mesh moves information from one sheet to another sheet. So it's all internal to Smartsheet, but it's doing that sort of reference table. Okay, I have this unique identifier on this sheet. I want to go to this other reference table and pull over other key pieces of information. So that is the value of Data Mesh. So Data Mesh moves information from sheet to sheet. Data Shuttle moves information into and out of Smartsheet using CSV or Excel imports or exports. Really, really powerful way to migrate data into and out of Smartsheet. We've built a ton of really robust solutions. You know, Data Shuttle can be used at intake. if I'm getting project ideas on an Excel that lives in SharePoint and I want to bring that into Smartsheet to then run the rest of my project execution, we can data shuttle that Excel sheet in. If you are going through an adoption or a change management process, sometimes we recommend that let's not deploy everything right away. Let teams continue to work in Microsoft projects. They can continue to use their templates. We'll use Data Shuttle to feed over their project updates and sort of slow roll an implementation of a really large end-to-end solution. So we've seen Data Shuttle pull in HR information, so you get all that rich people data that you want to bring into your project management. We've seen it with budgets, other tools that handle all of your invoicing and payroll, project budgets, contracts, things like that. We can pull that in through Data Shuttle. It just replaces someone having to manually import over and over and over again. And when you import in Smartsheet, you have to import all the data on that sheet. Data Shuttle lets you identify what columns you want to pull in. So you might have a sheet with 200 columns and you just want to bring over 50 of them. We'll map those accordingly and make sure that we're only pulling in what is necessary. So wonderful, wonderful data migration tool, really easy to build. It's a no-code tool, so there's no back-end IT, coding, technology involved. I bet I could spend 5 minutes with you teaching you how to build a Data Shuttle workflow and you'd be off to the races. Data Table is a premium app that is valuable for teams that are managing more than 20,000 rows of data in any given sheet. So if you have a ton of information and you just find yourself constantly hitting that 20,000 row limit, Data Table might be helpful for you. It really just sits as a data lake. It can store millions of rows. Once it's in Data Table, we simply connect that data table to a sheet, and then we can filter out information in that data table to land on a sheet. Once it lands on a sheet, it still has to be under 20,000 rows. But the benefit is that from a single data table, you can source multiple sheets using different filters and kind of massage the data more effectively without needing to constantly go outside of Smartsheet. So personally, I haven't seen a lot of teams need Data Table. Typically when someone comes to me and says, I need Data Table, I have 20,000 rows, I say, well, what are you really doing with 20,000 rows on a sheet? Do we really, really, truly need that much information? More times than not, we're able to filter out or at least separate information onto separate sheets and make that a little bit more manageable. Dynamic View is a way to have better data access governance over your sheets and reports. So, as you know, if you share someone to a sheet, they see everything on the sheet. If you share someone to a report, you have to share them to the underlying sheet in order for the report to have data. So depending on the type of information that you're using, if it's PHI information, sensitive information, budget information, finance information, we see a lot of this in employee onboarding or evaluations, right? Where you want stakeholders to kind of like give you information and participate and update things, but you don't want them to have access to the underlying sheet. Dynamic View allows you to filter really down to the cell level what any individual can see when they log in and look at a sheet. So you can restrict based off of who's looking at the sheet as to what rows they should see. You can further filter what columns they can see on those rows. And then you can further define really down to the cell value what they're able to edit and what they're able to see. So Andrea, Dynamic View is not a consumption-based tool. So with Dynamic View, you actually don't even need a Smartsheet paid license. You just need a Smartsheet account, because we need that login process to recognize by email how to filter out what rows belong to you. So we do need an email, which means they at least need to have a Smartsheet account, not necessarily a paid license. So this is great for collaboration. Dynamic View itself is not a license-based tool. It's just a premium application that sits on your plan that anyone can access, depending on the Dynamic View configuration. So they would not need to register for a Dynamic View. They can be shared to a Dynamic View as long as they have a Smartsheet account with an email and a way to log in, whether that's SSO or password, depending on your governance at your organization. So yeah, pretty easy to adopt. We actually have some advanced capabilities that we rolled out about 6 months ago. So if you're on a sheet in Smartsheet, you'll actually see at the top where we have automations, forms. Then you'll see a button called Connections, and under Connections, you can trial Data Shuttle. And then right next to Connections, you'll see Dynamic View, where you can trial Dynamic View. So if you want to give it a shot and trial it before committing to it, really easy ways to check those out. Jira connector, pretty self-explanatory. It's a purpose-built connector between Smartsheet and Jira that allows you to map over fields in Jira to columns in Smartsheet. This can be a one-way sync. It can be bidirectional. It's all dependent on how you set that information up. And it's really powerful because typically people that live and breathe Jira want to stick in a tool like Jira. It's designed for that really intricate, agile development methodology with your scrums and your sprints and your story points and all of those unique nuances that Smartsheet's never going to try to replace that. So it truly is a better together story. Typically the need here is we hear customers saying, all of this great work is happening in Jira, but Jira lacks the flexibility to create really custom reports. And in my past life, I remember I was always in Jira and found that to be the case. So again, it can be a one-way sync. If you want to keep that source of truth in Jira, we can just have it map over into Smartsheet. Or it can be bidirectional. We could actually create tickets and create bugs and issues in Jira and push those, in Smartsheet and push those over. So really just depends on the workflow.
Alex, there was a question earlier in the chat, I think it was from Beth, on mapping information from Jira into Smartsheet. Now, I know that this connector, basically any field that is open in Jira can basically be either pushed into a Smartsheet or go bidirectional. Can you talk maybe a little bit more about like how we map to those types of fields?
Yeah, so I'll show you that. I'll jump into the live software. We'll do calendar view and we'll do Jira connector.
Perfect. Beth, give us I saw there was a thumbs up for Jira. I'm assuming this would be helpful. So thanks for calling it out.
All right, pivot app. I say that this is Smartsheet's approach to a lightweight pivot table. So if you run a lot of pivot tables in Excel, this allows you to have a very similar experience in Smartsheet. The value of running pivots in Smartsheet is really for better reporting on dashboards. It gives you better grouping and summarizing of values that then you can feed a chart widget or a metric widget. Without pivot app, sometimes you have to build a bunch of reports and then you can't really get to the grouping that you want. So pivot app really helps with grouping and summarizing large tables of data on a single sheet. And then as the sources of data are updated, the pivot output is constantly being updated in real time too. So once you build the pivot, anything new from those source sheets that are filling or populating the pivot, you'll be able to see that updated reflected on any dashboard. Resource management by Smartsheet, really awesome, robust, wonderful tool. We've talked about it a couple times today. This is a license-based premium application. So if you want your users logging into resource management to actually do allocation, project management, and time tracking, they will need a license. However, if a resource manager just wants to resource a list of managed resources, meaning that those people are never coming into resource management, they're just resources that are being managed in resource management. It gets kind of confusing. But if you are interested in resource management, there's a ton of information online. We can send you demos. And certainly if you see this fitting into a more complex end-to-end project management, portfolio management solution, Conor and I would love to meet with you and kind of see how we can build something really beautiful and delightful and easy to use by your end users. Salesforce connector, same talk track for the Jira connector, purpose-built, meant to migrate information in a one-way sync or bidirectional sync between Smartsheet and Salesforce. So great for pipeline, sales forecasting. I know internally on our own teams, we love the Salesforce connector. It's how I work with Conor to understand what opportunities do we have, which ones are still requiring my input, who else do we need to bring in? And I know even at Smartsheet, right, like the license that Smartsheet pays for me to have into Salesforce versus Conor, who's an account executive, he has more access than I do. But I sometimes want to see the same information that he wants. So, sometimes this can be a cost-saving measure where organizations don't have to pay for the cost of a full license for people in Salesforce if they just need to have, some reporting mechanisms. So, and I would say the same goes for Jira. If we can use the connector and prevent an organization from having to give a full license into Salesforce, and Jira can actually be really, really good cost benefit there.
Alex, can we actually hop back to that slide real quick? I just have one more point. I don't see anyone specifically that I know from like a service delivery standpoint, but that connector is really helpful. We work with a lot of teams that are just trying to understand like what is the demand of work that is going to happen on our team. So professional services, implementing software solutions for customers. Do we need more people? Should we hire? How many projects do we have coming in? So like that connection can really be helpful in reporting. It can be really helpful in making sure that you are prepared for the wave of work that's going to fall into your lap come Q3 or what have you. So lots of different benefits there and lots of different use cases for each of these applications, but just want to call it out.
The last one that we'll touch upon, and then I'll jump into Jira and Calendar, work apps. Work apps are free to any enterprise license, and you can share work apps with anyone else that has an enterprise license. If you need more people to access work apps that don't have an enterprise license, you would just sort of buy a bundle of additional users. It's called a collaborator pack. It's why it's considered a premium add-on. But if you have an enterprise license, you can play around with these now. As you can see here, it allows you to take very complex workspaces, folders, assets that live all over the place, and containerize them into roles-based views, and then share those views accordingly. So if I, for example, right here, I'm viewing as someone on the project team, I'm only able to see the sheets, reports, and forms, and dashboards that have been shared to this view. And then maybe I'm able to toggle to other views, maybe I'm not, but whoever owns the work app gets to have that governance over those roles-based views. So really, really powerful for adoption, especially for people completely new to Smartsheet. If you're going to build a solution and share people into Smartsheet, the workspace and folder structure can feel very different and overwhelming at first, but a really clean UI like this, where you're sort of bundling assets proactively for an end user to engage with, it's going to enhance adoption. And they have all the same functionality that they were if they were logged into, core Smartsheet, opening up a sheet in browser. They can update fields and, change filters and update reports and things like that. So all the same functionality, just sort of bundled together for more roles-based views. Yes, Beth, let me bring up the Jira connector and then we can jump into that. And I can send you this slide too, Beth. Not a problem there. Give me a thumbs up when you're good. Awesome. Okay. This is actually one of my favorite connectors. Okay, so once I'm in my connector, really easy to build a workflow. I'll edit an existing one just so you can see how we get here. So first you'll have to decide the directionality. This one is bidirectional. You'll connect this information to a sheet in Smartsheet, and then you'll have to connect it to either one or multiple Jira projects. From there, you can actually define on a field by field basis which direction you want information to go. So you can say, yes, this entire workflow is bidirectional, or this whole workflow is bidirectional, except for issue type, I want to only push that one way from Jira, and I only want summary to come from Smartsheet.